7 o'clock in St. Louis, you are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the show. And Doug, what a Stifel dossier we have for the audience today. Adam Wainwright's going to be with us right out of the gate.
Oh, good.
7:30.
Okay.
He said he doesn't like how long it takes us to get the show rolling, so he said, how about 7:30?
7:30. How about that? Okay. Matt Holliday with us at 9 o'clock. Stifel dossier.
Nice. Building
His
an
son
all-star
had a
team here.
walk-off last night. Did you see that?
I missed that walk-off.
Jackson Holliday walked it off. And I tweeted out that Jackson's dad would join us, and they said, Jackson Burkett, his dad is Matt Holliday?
Large guy?
People are confused that Jackson Burkett's dad is Matt Holliday, which is not true.
People often confuse the star player for the Baltimore Orioles with me.
Is that true?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of similarities.
Yeah.
Name just being one of them, of course.
Doug, you know what this means in the Air Comfort Service text inbox? Got kissed by the Blue Devil this morning. Normally I get upset, but it felt like Doug's tender kiss. That's from producer Joe's ass scab.
What would the Blue Devil be?
That's what I was wondering. Of course, Mike Krzyzewski had a nice run there. David Cutcliffe, fun run in Raleigh-Durham. Jackson, what is the Blue Devil?
I think it might be another term for...
Like diarrhea?
Like the devil's
kiss?
Yeah. I also see Poseidon's kiss.
Yeah.
I think that's where something...
Does that help, Tim? It's Poseidon's kiss.
Poseidon's kiss. Thank you.
I think something happens when you sit down to use the restroom and something might hit the water.
Okay.
I believe the Blue Devil, kissed by the Blue Devil, Poseidon's
Let's
kiss.
not ask any more questions about it.
Just leave it at Poseidon's kiss. Is that taken as an inbox?
No.
You can't have it, though, until the first week of September, Martin.
Yeah, you're going to have to wait.
Yeah, Jackson's going to make you wait for it.
Post-Labor Day. Wow.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. So we got a nice Stifel dossier for you with Adam Wainwright at 7:30 and Matt Holliday at 9 o'clock. Also coming into studio, sponsor of the Stifel dossier, Stifel CEO Ron Kruszewski is going to be with us in studio at 9:30. He knows the kind of wealth that this show attracts. And as Stifel continues to grow, this is the place where you are going to find disposable income.
A lot of high-dollar listeners, a lot of them. Huge wealth investors listening to this program, and most of them texting in on a regular basis.
This Jackson's pretty savvy, though. The boss, the man from Stifel rolls in. He sponsors the dossier. So he probably walks in. What is it we sponsor on this here?
Bow!
And then his staff says, Mr. K, it's the dossier. And he goes, well, what does that mean? And then Jackson goes, here's what it looks like, fella. Matt Holliday, Adam Wainwright. Any other questions? I think he fattened the dossier just because.
Oh, you fattened up the dossier.
Yeah,
because the
this is all-
Stifel
this is all-
CEO is coming in.
Yeah. Yep, I'm very cunning like that.
Cunning, right? It's a word you don't hear often. Can I tell you, Jackson, somebody is, I think you have a growing group of supporters out there.
Yes, Jackson, yes. Movie Boy doing wonders already. Doug, only 4 episodes in, 5th to come on Saturday. Gareth will be with us.
Gareth
Tim nailed it.
returns.
Gareth returns.
6:26 a.m. 6:26 a.m. You were in the toll booth probably at that point.
Oh, yeah, me and Sonny.
Another word of encouragement, Jackson. Be always moving forward. New day. Just another reminder that Harrison guy who something brother, can't say it. Whatever his text name is, he wouldn't last 15 minutes in your spot. Knowing that Goober couldn't run with the big dogs and got thrown off the porch long ago is all you need to get going this morning. Love, Hard-Bodied. So a specific...
Hard-Body. Remember those movies from the 80s? Those are Hard-Bodies on Hard-Bodies 2. They'd be on Showtime late at night.
I don't know that I saw it.
I feel like I was riding a roller coaster when I'd watch them.
How about that? But just randomly, 6:26, a word of encouragement for
It's
you.
very nice. It's really nice.
Dad, 6:26. The people are thinking about you. You're not even on the air. You're in a toll booth, like Matten said.
Yeah, and that's payback for at 8:30 the night prior. Someone was
Mason wins oven mitt.
Oven mitt was,
So it was all
complaining
your
about me.
fault.
Yeah. So now we got a nice little counterbalance.
Okay.
Doug, 101 folks have gathered in the TMA STL YouTube chat, and how fitting is it, since we're on 101 ESPN,
That is nice.
that they have done so, and you are welcome to participate in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL, or just open up the YouTube app, type in TMASTL, subscribe to it, and you can enjoy the festivities anytime you would like and talk it over with other TMA listeners, or just watch us and rank how cute we are, if you could. Brown and Crouppen is the presenting sponsor of this program. Doug, I'm going to put you to the test early on in today's show.
Okay.
What do you think their phone number is?
314-222-2222.
I don't know
Brown
how
and
you can
Crouppen.
remember that, but you don't remember the years.
I
But
don't
you can
remember any years.
A phone number.
I
so
know what year it is
easily.
now. That's about it.
I enjoy the radio wars that we have going on, but I also enjoy the lawyer wars. Ed Herman and Terry Crouppen come on the show and snipe at each
No,
other.
they do,
I
over
kinda
Ed's
enjoy that.
profile picture, which is a
Yeah.
great profile picture. I'd like to get that profile picture as well, and maybe have me be like 6'4". Oh, Doug, can you imagine the divorcees around town?
Really? They couldn't resist your charms?
Bill.
Or your height?
Brown and Crouppen is local, founded in 1979. 46 years old and in the St. Louis area, with new offices down on the Hill. And if you are in need of a personal injury attorney, don't you want a local law firm, one that knows how to handle the ins and outs of your case and the local environment? It is superior legal service and client service as well. Brown and Crouppen, treating their clients and their employees first class. It is Brown and Crouppen, part of the St. Louis community. They value it. They are local. And if you are in need of a personal injury attorney, you want somebody who knows the market and knows the local environment. Brown and Crouppen, online at brownandcrouppen.com, or call 314-222-2222. That's 314-222-2222, or go to brownandcrouppen.com. Make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. And remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. I will have to be bolting, Doug, I don't know, somewhere around 8:30
Okay.
today. This is something that the kindness of Hubbard management allowed me to do. I have an event with my son this morning, and so I will be bolting at approximately 8:30. Martin, you're going to stick through. You were able to move onboarding today, and we have to be grateful for the accommodations made, because I know that onboarding is pretty strict at 10.
Well, yesterday Heim stormed out, so we're kind of putting onboarding on hold. He just said, "What the hell? What's the point?" And he just got up and walked.
No,
He got up and
he sensed the businessman's special
yeah,
loss.
because he and I have been kind of in this transition period together, and we're like, God, this is taking forever. And he just got up and left. Just said the hell with it. By the way, a lot of people did tweet, "What are you having Mo on for? Get Heim." We would love to have, for the record, it's obvious, we would love to have Heim Bloom as a guest. He is currently unavailable. Thank you. No more questions.
Martin is
that's
not
that.
taking questions. I know Doug is not taking
No,
questions. Jackson, will
gosh.
you take any questions today?
Yes.
Jackson will take questions. You can send those in at 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of the text inbox. Collier and Thompson, sponsor of the phone lines. 314-974-0101. And, of course, you can participate in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Shrimply Pibbles, who sends in pictures of his wife, Doug, says, JoJo Romero cost me sex last night.
Oh, why?
Shrimply Pibbles, you're going to have to call in to expound, 314-974-0101. I'll get my phone out, so when Chairman Kurt texts me that you're on the line, we'll put you right at the front of the line ahead of Pestis.
His wife couldn't get over it, or he couldn't, or there was a Poseidon kiss involved, or
I like that. Clip that off.
you know what that is?
His wife was so upset with JoJo Romero. That's what it
sounds
was.
like. That's what it sounds like.
Okay.
Doug, the Cardinals on the verge of heading into an off day, winning yet another series, which I know you put at the most important goal.
No.
And alas, JoJo Romero cost Shrimply Pibbles sex.
I remember just yesterday, at least I was saying about how great the bullpen had done since they lost those three guys at the trade deadline. Everyone else had stepped up and pitched very well, and they really had until yesterday. So much for that. But you know what? We're only 4 out in this wild card race. And Daddy Likey, 16 behind the Brewers now. We seem to lose another game there every day.
If the Brewers are playing, the Cardinals are going to at least lose a half game, right?
Yeah.
40 games to go in the season, Doug. 40 to go. What would you like to have for a final win total to at least contend? What do you want, 88?
88, I think, would get you in.
I would agree with that.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you said that, but to do that, I'm going to need you to go 27-13. Can I get you to 27-13 the rest of the way? I think the answer is rather obvious.
How about 25-15?
That'll get you 86 wins.
I think 86.
That might
Better than 50% that you get an 86, but I'm not saying
The Mets free fall continues. We may need some immediate audio from the folks at SNY.
Yeah, I wonder what's going on.
The guy who called in and said they ain't no Bulls.
That's right.
Has got to be irate. They gave up a 9-run inning last night. They were winning 6-0 to Atlanta.
Where's Big Pete? Where's Big Pete? Where's Soto? Okay? I want to see these guys. I can't stand this team. They got no balls. Okay? I want teams with balls. I want guys with balls.
This guy has to be irate. I mean, that's before the real free fall.
Can't you just see him sitting around Tony Soprano's table talking up there in that room?
Has he got a wife beater on?
But with the Cardinals, I'll be darned if every time we don't think, maybe there's a chance, then they fall apart. And then every time we say there was no chance, this team is awful, then they win a few in a row, and we go, well, maybe. It seems like it's been like that all season. And you can't help but watch these last two games against Colorado and think, this team has no shot at all. And then the Yankees will come in here, and they'll probably beat them 2 out of 3. And then they'll be 2.5 out of the wild card, and we'll say, well, maybe. That's just the way the whole season has seemed to go.
Tim, do you have the dossier in front of you? I do
Of course
not.
I do. I live with the dossier. You know why? Because it's a living, breathing document like our United States Constitution.
How many series have the Cardinals played this season?
I've got 39.
Okay, so that's about what most teams have played at this point. The Rockies, the entire season, how many series? Doug, you don't care, but how many? It's kind of an indicator.
I know of 2 at least.
Okay, they've only won 6 series all year. And 2 of those are against your.
Like 1/3 of their series wins have come against the St. Louis
The
Baseball
Redbirds.
Cardinals Club, LLC.
Can't get Hunter Goodman out. They got a catcher with 24 home runs, almost twice as many as the leading Cardinal home run hitter. Of course, playing in Colorado helps with that, but Cardinals just don't have that big bat.
Yeah,
just don't have that big bat in the middle of the lineup.
It is true they scored 5 runs. You got home runs from Nootbaar and Burleson, and you still watch the game and say, why did they need to do a little more? Need some more. You got Austin Gomber out there. They got 5 off of him, and then that was it. They shut her down. And Ollie kind of pointed to the offense, and they didn't add on. Now, the bullpen, it's going to happen. Bad timing, but it is going to happen on occasion. You're going to have a blown save, but the offense doesn't inspire, Doug.
Some guys talking about fries.
Donovan had a great first half of the season. He's down to like 279 now. He hasn't hit much at all the last month or so.
I dare you to say another bad word about a member of the Southside Seaman Fantasy Baseball Club.
Well, are you playing him every day or are you benching him sometimes?
He's on the bench.
Yeah.
Brendan Donnie, that boy is scrappy.
Yeah. I mean, big picture, he's had a good season, but he is only hitting 279 now and hadn't hit much at all the last month or so.
Cardinals would have been swept without his heroics, though.
Yeah.
That's right.
And, the pitch, I think the pitch before he got the triple that won the game was a borderline pitch. They almost punched him out. Right. He could have struck out. If it weren't for that call, they'd have been swept by Colorado.
It's almost like the Cardinal roster is hot garbage. No dominant pitchers or hitters. Thanks. That's from Dem Hogs.
Dem Hogs.
Yeah, he's 501, so that's Arkansas.
Okay.
That means he loves Sam Pittman and misses the topless Eric Musselman, Jackson's least favorite college basketball coach, while Shane Beamer, his least favorite college football coach.
Why was
McKernan on hold?
Mick Cronin's way up there. Yeah.
Musselman's
Bruce
first?
Pearl. No, I don't, not since he left the SEC.
Why was he topless?
Great question.
Yeah, it's rhetorical.
It's a great question. I
Where was he topless?
like on the scorers table, like after big wins.
After all, he does it often. He always takes his shirt off.
At Arkansas, I can't speak to what he does at USC.
Yeah, that's a lot.
I would say.
I think that should be mandatory, though, for college basketball coaches. You win, the shirt comes off.
Oh, nice.
How would Huggy Bear have reacted to that?
They'd probably all get in better shape.
Huggy Bear that we all disliked as the head coach of the Cincinnati Bearcats, and yet he and Spoon would go out like drinking the night before the game.
Yeah.
They were like best friends.
It didn't make sense.
Here is Ali Marmol on the Cardinal bullpen yesterday.
It'd be nice to hear it right now.
Yeah, it's going to happen. And to your point, he's done a really nice job. And outings like this are going to happen. We know what their bench looks like. We know they're going to unload. Whether you do it in the 7th inning, you're going to see that same lineup of guys coming off the bench, or you wait till the 9th. It's going to happen. You just have to not give in. And unfortunately, you look at the leadoff walk, that kind of sets everything up there where you have to kind of give in a little bit to Goodman. Too good of a pitch there, hits it a long ways, fell behind him, 3-1, that didn't help. But JoJo's done an incredible job, man. It's going to happen from time to time. Our pen has been our strength. Day off tomorrow, you go to it. But unfortunately, it didn't work out.
Base hit.
Yeah, nice little knock.
There were no base hits against the Colorado Rocky relievers. They brought on 4 different guys, and the Cardinals didn't reach base against one of them. The last 15 Cardinals made outs.
And that
Against the worst pitching staff
the bullpen had a
baseball.
9 ERA in August. Well, here
This
we
is what
are.
happens when the Cardinals can't hit.
40 games to
Did you
go.
record it today?
I did. I went in the studio.
That's right.
I
College
had to get that
football
off
is
my
almost
chest.
here. College football
2 weeks from tonight, Central Arkansas. How do you do?
Well, I'm fine.
Okay. Got a game in Dublin at some point.
That's this weekend, Martin. Iowa State and Kansas State. A week from next weekend, I should say.
Why would they move that to Dublin? Iowa State and Kansas State.
Wouldn't you want to go? You'd probably get a lot of alumni to go.
You'd get a lot of alumni to go if you played in Manhattan or Ames.
What's wrong? Why do you hate the Irish, Doug?
Yeah,
Well, it's
I've noticed
these
that.
are our games. Don't take them away from our fans.
I bet Iowa State and Kansas State. Do you think any of them, in all seriousness, Doug, do you think any of those fan base are upset about this? It's an interesting thought.
There's probably some. I mean, would you want Missouri to play Central Arkansas or maybe even a better opponent than that in Ireland?
They could play
I wouldn't
Central
care.
Arkansas wherever they would like.
On the moon. You still wouldn't go.
How do you think the Irish fans would be fired up for Central Arkansas, Missouri?
You think they're going to be fired up for Iowa State and Kansas State?
Yeah, it's a
What
good,
would they care
decent-
about that?
Decent
What
matchup.
would they possibly care about those two teams?
Not great uniforms, honestly, on either side.
Yeah, I agree with that take.
Not much to. Kansas State's all gray.
Does anybody in Ireland really care about American college
Let's call
football?
them up. Let's get. Is there a sports radio show? They're probably talking hurling right now.
Yeah.
Can you call it, in all seriousness, maybe between now and what is that, the 23rd, Tim? Can we get somebody from Ireland
Yeah, to
Sports
see if they're
Radio?
excited in Dublin about the Iowa State K-State game, Doug.
If the two teams are bringing their soccer teams there, they'd probably have more interest in that than American football.
They like when Notre Dame goes over. That's a big one.
We'll look up County Cork Sports Talk Radio.
Okay.
While Jackson is doing that, I'll encourage people to email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Well, you're right, Doug. It is a fun competition because we have Buck Swope, the Tiger Woods of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, going up against Riot's dad. Why, he just might be the Scotty Scheffler of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. These are two wonderful competitors, both with 2 wins. And then you got the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom, Kevin Miller, the listener to be named later, Bill Riley, and Midge, all with 1 win. You can compete today. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air is the sponsor of the email today, the longest-running sponsor on TMA, going back more than a decade. It's DesignAirService.com. Martin's a client. Doug is a client, and I am a proud client as well. Doug, you worked with him this past weekend, and I know that you were a little irritated that you didn't get Larry, the Silver Fox.
I was fine with the dashing Steve. He was good. He was quick.
If your air conditioning goes out tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, or Tuesday, sweet mother of mercy with the temperatures, Doug, it's going to be hotter than the fires in the mid-90s. You go to DesignAirService.com, and Seth and his team will take care of it quick, fast, in a hurry. That is what they pride themselves in. Plus, no upselling. They just get it done. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. Adam Wainwright is going to be joining us at the bottom of the hour. What happened here on MLB Network, Jackson? We can preview the Wainwright conversation. You got some audio. Adam Wainwright had tweeted out that he still believes the Cardinals are going to get the third wild card, and then he went on MLB Network and was somebody busting his balls or something?
Greg Amsinger and Harold Reynolds were on there asking him to defend his position. And Adam did. And I have the audio for you right now, Doug.
Okay, love to hear it.
Our good friend Adam Wainwright joins us. A lot of people in Cincinnati and in New York are giving you pushback right now. So explain why you believe the Cardinals are the team for that third spot in the NL wild card.
I'm looking at the schedule.
Well,
There's teams that are ahead of them that are on there. Now, they're going to have to win games against Milwaukee and Cincinnati. They're going to have to win games against Pittsburgh. They got a few series against Pittsburgh. They got to win those games, but it's doable.
Okay.
I think they could shock the world.
Bueno, I'm holding your plaque in Cooperstown with the Cardinal hat, so I got it. You're good. You're going to Cooperstown, you're wearing the Cardinal hat. But I gotta sit here and go, they made a lot of moves that kind of lessened their pitching.
How do you expect the bullpen specifically to hold up when bullpenning reigns supreme in the month of September?
Well, it does reign supreme in September and October. And so that's going to be a big test for them. But what you've seen so far, and I got to be really careful because those guys are on break right now. They're watching their games on rain delay. They're watching me, and I got to go face the music here in just a minute. But but this is an honest take. Kyle Leahy and JoJo Romero and O'Brien, those guys have stepped up so much. But I've been so impressed with Kyle Leahy this whole year. But he's pitching so well at multiple innings now. We've seen him go multiple innings, 2-3 innings a couple of times. This guy's going to play himself into a starting rotation spot if he doesn't watch out, especially in 26. But, those guys, look, when you subtract, you need the other guys to step up, and they're doing it. It's impressive.
Strike right down the middle. All right.
Well, Wainwright, we love him because he is a Cardinal fan. And he is often optimistic. I think he had Goldie turning it around last year. I think this is a similar stance. He's always, which is rare in the sports world these days. Mm-hmm. He's usually seeing the sunnier side of things.
Well, and if you're him with all his years in the Cardinal organization, you're not going to publicly say, "No, I don't think this team's got a shot." That'd be really bad form. I don't know that he really believes the team is playoff bound or not, but you can understand why he would stick by them.
I actually think he does.
Yeah, I think people like that. That's just his DNA. He just is positive and you know what, they can get this going. And he's right, Leahy's been pretty good, but we'll ask him. You really believe what you said?
Didn't Amsinger also say the Cardinals were going to get the wild card? That's from Just Don't Press Push. We played that audio yesterday, didn't we?
Yes.
Okay.
We sure did.
Okay.
He did on TikTok.
Do you like that TikTok?
I don't do anything on TikTok.
I don't do anything on it, but I like looking at it. I don't do anything on the Twitter tweets or Facebook. By the way, Facebook, I guess, is just gone today.
Is that right?
Yeah. I know that we're not necessarily active on it, but yeah, it's down. That's trending on the Twitter tweets.
Boy, that'll paralyze half the nation.
I don't know about that anymore, but yeah for 10 years ago.
How will we know what people are eating for lunch? And what their grandkids are up to.
And what they're doing on gym day.
Oh, yeah. Is today leg day?
Leg day.
Leg day. Wow.
I've got hair that people would die to have.
I'm enjoying a deep dive into Jackson's Stifel dossier.
It's a wonderful Stifel dossier.
I am scrolling real deep in here, and we have something called question reserve. So if we ever really, and there are times on the show we're a little out of material, apparently we can break glass because we do have a question reserve. I might need
to put a key on the bottom 8 pages of the dossier that's just for me. Some of those things aren't necessarily. Those are just for
it's
me.
Password protected that Martin can't get to it and attack your dossier.
Well, it's like an employees only section in a brick and mortar store. Hey, everyone's welcome here.
Nobody beyond this point.
Yeah, nobody beyond this point.
Questions for Heim is also listed here. And one of them, Tim, when we get the next Pobo on, is whether or not he's on board with the Navy road cap. So we're going to get right after it with Heim.
The obvious lead question.
But is that his call?
Well, we'll find out.
That's DeWitt's call, isn't it?
He could throw a little weight around.
Yeah. That's separate from the question reserve.
I'm thinking like if a big name player was like, I'll take $5 million less, but you have to wear Navy road caps on the road.
I don't know.
Boy.
You know,
But
like
that'd be my hero.
Yeah, like make a little sacrifice. That would put the Cardinals to the test.
Mm-hmm. They'd probably
that.
wear them then.
Yeah, wouldn't they?
Oh, I like that.
I just wonder who is the guy that every day decides exactly what they're going to wear.
Well, it's pretty
I think it's
natural.
mapped out ahead of time.
Yeah, it's pretty like Friday nights they wear the City Connect, Saturdays they wear the home cream uniform, Saturdays on the road they wear the blue ones, Sunday they wear the Sunday cap, and every other time they're wearing white or red or white or gray.
Where are
It's
you at on
always
the,
that way.
Yeah. It's
Navy cap if they're playing against a team who's wearing a red cap.
Red, right. And you would like to see the Navy caps all the time on the road.
So would 75% of St. Louis Cardinal fans.
I would too.
God bless you, sir.
Would it distract from the team being subpar? Would that
It's a
take?
good
Would it
time to
help?
break it out when they head to Miami.
Maybe they need a dog. Cardinals, do they not have a pet? Everybody's got a pet.
Fredbird's as close as they got.
They had Torty Craig in 2011.
That's right.
That
That
led them to the
squirrel.
World Championship.
Yeah, the
out.
squirrel.
Squirrel. It's on the World Series ring from 2011. Adam Wainwright has one of those. He's going to join us next on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. This program is called TMA. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Man, the weather in St. Louis in September and October, the absolute best. And wouldn't it be nice to have a customized outdoor living space courtesy of Aesthetic Design and Build. Aesthetic Design and Build, building custom decks and outdoor living spaces for St. Louis area residents for over 30 years. Dan and his team have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley. I've been there. They walk me through all the different type of custom work that they are capable of doing, from a full-on custom deck to adding on a pergola, or even if you're looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. They really do have answers for it all, and it's all customized for your home. That's what separates them from so many other people. They really are a design company that can think outside the box and offer unique solutions and designs for your outdoor living projects. They're online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. That's aestheticdesignandbuild.com. I've had them to my home. They're online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. Let them know I sent you their way. How about this, Doug?
It's a nice tune.
Who do you think's singing
It's a
it?
big hit. Is that Adam Wainwright?
Nailed it.
Nice, Doug.
Yeah.
And joining us here on TMA in the 7 o'clock hour, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. It is our pleasure to welcome to the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Oh, he's not here.
Not yet. Waiting on the call from Mr. Wainwright.
Okay.
All right.
Well, it's going to be Adam Wainwright.
He played the song. I'm not going to get sideways with Jackson now.
Oh, no.
Because
That's
now,
fair. No, that's actually fair. It's fair.
No, I thought when I heard that, I didn't see him phone in or Jackson just, hey, what's up? How you doing? I usually see a little pre-call conversation.
Green room handiwork.
Yeah, but I didn't see that.
So, how's the family? Good? Do anything fun this summer? Good.
Yeah, the fellas are ready. Okay. I'm sure they'll talk about some ball. Absolutely. Okay, great. Anything to promote?
Not hair and makeup.
But I thought he was on based on the return.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair
But
criticism.
This one you're accepting. You're not accepting any of the others.
It's case by case, you know.
I think there's a growing group of Jackson Lemmings out there. So
Yes.
if I poke fun
It's
at
a
the
revolution. I
dossier,
think
here
it's
they
Movie
come.
Boy.
That's right. Yeah, the
That's
charge
what's
is
pushing
coming.
over the top.
Movie boy.
I think it's mobilizing folks.
Okay.
I love that Martin hates Jackson now. That's American essentialist.
I do appear to be at loggerheads.
If Facebook is down, how will the olds enjoy their retirements if they can't like political posts all day? Doug, that's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle. Is that what people do in retirement? They just like political posts?
I don't know about that.
Seems like a lot of walking.
I have a Facebook page that I don't go to, but I get text alerts all the time, and it'll say,
no, turn that off.
It'll say your friend Vahe Gregorian just posted.
Oh, yeah,
your
what's he got going on?
I'm assuming
Love
he's
Vahe.
at, I love Vahe. I'm assuming he's at Chiefs camp, but I get all the alerts without any of the actual information.
All right. And it's not till you're retired that you like political posts?
Hello, Vivian.
Who is Vivian again?
And is she there?
Vivian Azure. She
who
was
is
in
she?
the film industry and left it after about 2 weeks. But during those 2 weeks, I think we were the only station in the United States to book her.
Oh, that would make sense. That adds up. Yeah.
Thank you so much,
she is.
guys. Thank you so much for this nice words. I appreciate it so much.
That was Vivian?
What was the interview about?
I have no idea. I don't remember it.
I don't know. I think Buck Swope will be able to let us know. He is the sergeant at arms of the program. Good morning, boys. My wife left me. That's from Bophades, Martin.
Okay.
And that is texted in every morning by this gentleman. And sometimes tweeted at you.
He's
too.
now so Bophades, which is a great name, also has a Twitter handle. Doug, it's called Bophades.
Okay.
I support Jackson because he's an NBA over NHL guy, like most St. Louisans under the age of 40. Wow,
I
the
don't know.
amateur
That's not true.
proctologist.
It's not true.
Jackson, do you think that's the case?
Probably not, but I don't know. It'd be tough to gauge that. But even if it was the case,
What, like a Gallup poll, maybe?
even if it was the case, hockey fans wouldn't be able to they wouldn't accept the results.
They deny the election
Yes.
results.
Yes. If that were to be, if people, what was it, under 40 or under 30? I didn't,
Under 40.
under 40. Yeah, I actually disagree. If it was under 30, maybe, but not under 40. I disagree with that take.
All right, Doug, it's been disagreed.
If we had a team, it would be different.
Certainly, 100%. Yeah, you're not wrong there.
It's just hard to have an NBA team that you pull for, unless you pull for certain players.
Right.
Tatum with the Celtics, I guess.
Brad Beal.
Yeah.
James Carlton.
But we
State
can't.
Farm Insurance Agency.
I pull for James Carlton.
CarltonInsurance.net. You would.
With
You
a
got to
foam
know him.
finger.
Yeah, number one is what I say. He's online at CarltonInsurance.net, 314-961-4800. That is James Carlton, who's been my insurance agent since 2019, and I've been working with him this week over what is now known as Pebblegate on I-95, Doug. A pebble hitting my vehicle while on vacation. Small crack in the windshield, and the next thing I know, I'm getting hit with a bill. It isn't good. I'm not happy about it, but James Carlton counseling me through it, getting back immediately with my questions. No surprise there. 314-961-4800 to go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance is a leg and an arm, call James Carlton. State Farm. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program, and it is our pleasure to welcome to the show, joining us here on TMA 101 ESPN and the Callier and Thompson phone lines, Adam Wainwright. Morning, Adam.
Morning, guys. How you doing?
We're wonderful. We would imagine you're wonderful because that's just always your disposition. Am I correct?
Well, it either is or I portray that way. I try, nobody wants to be around a Debbie Downer.
Well, I took that as a personal shot right there.
Next time Wainwright's in town, I want him to come into the studio and read the text line and just see.
Oh, that could destroy a wonderful
It would
man.
test your character,
We
your
don't want
soul.
that to happen. But here's the thing. With having you on, it's perfect because 48 hours ago, some Cardinal fans were rediscovering hope. And then 48 hours later, with losing 2 to the Rockies, many who had that hope have now lost it. And my guess is you have not. So if you could, try to put people back in a positive mindset regarding the Cardinals and their search for a wild card.
Well, I mean, Freeland threw a good game on the shutout game, but then, look, we had the game won and then gave up 2 late innings from a reliever who's been great all season. So JoJo just, it just happens sometimes. But the guys that are in that bullpen have stepped up since the trade, which was really awesome to see. They could have just mailed it in, but they didn't. I don't understand ever why someone would be so drastic as to say, well, there goes the season based on 1 or 2 games. I mean, we have, 30, 40 games left, and a lot can happen. The right people are on the schedule that are ahead of them in the standings. So, I mean, they got to win games. It's not going to be easy, but it's definitely doable. And the only way it's not doable is if you don't think it's possible. And if you give up, if you don't think it's possible, you don't think you have a chance, then you don't. So you always got to keep that positive mind frame. You always got to believe, even when no one else does. And that's the mark of a champion.
I would think whether you're on MLB Network or doing the games on Fox, like anytime you have a positive stance on the Cardinals, people go, oh, come on, Adam, come on. That's just, I know that's your approach in life, though, as we referenced earlier, just sort of always positive.
No question about it. I mean, look, as a former player who played as long as I did, and national broadcaster, not doing home games, but doing national games, the hardest thing, it is so hard to appear unbiased for several reasons. The first reason is fans get used to listening to their when you're the home broadcast team, your job and the story is always to talk about the home team, your team. And so the fans get used to listen to all the information, all the storylines, everything is about the home team. And so when you get a national broadcast that comes in that talks unbiasedly about both sides, what happens is it happens every time. There's almost never a time where you get done with a game where half of the fan base isn't going, well, these guys clearly hate us. All they do is talk about the other team. And then almost always the other side of the fan base goes, well, these guys clearly hate us. They only talk about the other team, and so that's one tough thing. The second thing is when you've played as long as I have, played against all the teams that you're calling as long as I did, there's automatically bias going into it from the fans watching it that just don't like me. I called a Cubs-Red Sox game the other day, and I saw several people say, oh, great, Waino's doing the Cubs-Red Sox game today. Well, he hates the Cubs, so he's going to be rooting for the Red Sox. The Red Sox beat me in the World Series. Why on earth would I ever root for that team? And so it's like same thing can be said. I'll do a Mets Brewers game. Well, both fan bases hate me. I'll do a Reds Cubs game. Both fan bases hate me. I'll do a Dodgers Phillies game. Well, guess what? Both fan bases hate me. So, I have to just throw that away and just go in and call the game, and then hopefully I can win them over with what I talk about, or hopefully they just watch the game and don't go into it. But it's just a true part of that business. That's the tough part for sure.
But when you're in those stadiums in other cities, the fans aren't ugly to you in any way, are they? They don't act like they hate you there, do they?
No, I was doing a Mets game recently. The Mets fans are always the funniest to me because Mets fans are unashamedly rude at first, but then almost always apologetically nice afterwards. Every single Mets fan that I've ever come across is the same way. They say, "Oh, Wayno, we freaking hate you, man. You like ruined my life in the 4th grade. Like we can't stand you." And then they go, "Good career, though. Good career." Got to get my respect. So when I'm walking through Wrigley, it's always funny because I walk out in my suit, and so when you walk through a concourse with a suit on, you're not hiding, right? Especially when you're 6'7", and Cubs fans have seen me a lot. And every time they look at me, they double take and they're like, "Oh gosh, oh," and I'm like, look, every time I see somebody wearing a Cubs hat in St. Louis, I'm like, "Oh gosh, what's the deal?" But once the game starts, I honestly try to do my very best to call the game as I see it with no bias. And that can be tough sometimes, especially when I'm doing a Cards game, but it's just what I have to do.
Can I ask the dais here, Tim and Doug, Jackson, do you guys think Wayno would enjoy the caller to the Mets shows? Like, give him a little slice of what angry Mets. What do you think, Tim? Yay, nay? You think he would enjoy this? At this point, I guess we just got to play it.
Yeah, I think so.
Adam Wainwright.
This is a sampling from, we believe, WFAN in New York, where, as you know, the Mets have run into a bit of a losing skid. This came from earlier in the season. We don't get calls like this, but this is a sampling of a Mets fan.
Started off great. Yeah. Where's Big Pete? Where's Big Pete? Where's Soto? Okay? I want to see these guys. I can't stand this team. They got no balls, okay? I want teams with balls. I want guys with balls.
Yeah, it's a little harsh, but he's really upset. We've also guessed that he may have been an extra on The Sopranos.
Yeah, that's kind of that is the world of being a Mets fan. I just got to be honest. There's more of them like that than there's the regular kind. It's really funny. It's really, really funny. But they're passionate. I can tell you that. They are passionate. They care about their team. Phillies fans are the same way, man. Phillies fans will absolutely let it eat on the players. They used to boo Ryan Howard the season after he won his MVP. They were booing him. I remember he went like 0 for 3, and they were like, "Boo, you stink, get out of here!" And then he hits the homer, and they're like, "We love you, you're the greatest ever." So it's just like, but I think the reason is they just care so much. They just, that's just the way it is in those bigger cities like that. That's just kind of like the nature of the beast. But St. Louis fans are, and actually Cubs fans too, anywhere in the Midwest, really, the fans are just kind of generally a sweeter, kind of nicer people. They just are. Midwest people are the nicest folks there is.
Is the bullpen, and I know you weren't there much in your career, but is that an ongoing conversation? It feels like there's always some banter back and forth over the fence during the games.
Oh, yeah. Especially in those bigger cities. Like Philly is really tough because the entire time you're warming up, the Philly fans are raining down on you. "You stink, you're the worst." And then, there's places you go. There's a guy in Detroit where you're warming up for the bullpen, and this guy's like 450 pounds, and he's got a piece of paper in front of him with all your career stats. And if there's anything outlier stat-wise that he can rib you about, even the most obscure stats. "Wayno, did you know that on Tuesdays in April, your career ERA is 6.5. Guess what? It's Tuesday in April, so you're going to get but everywhere you go, there's somebody like that sits above the bullpen and kind of wears you out. But it's part of the fun, man. We love it. In Boston, when you're warming up, you feel like the fans are going to literally touch you while you're warming up. They are right. They are right next to the bullpen. They're standing eye to eye with you, literally 2 feet behind the mound. Which is probably a cool view to watch somebody warm up. But it's also like, man, if this guy gets froggy, he can just grab my arm and I'm out for a couple of years.
But you always get the hero treatment in St. Louis. I don't think we've talked to you since your appearance with the Savannah Bananas. That had to be a cool thing.
Yeah, it was a really cool thing, and those guys are so gracious and just wonderful people. They're wonderful hosts. They make everybody feel welcome, and they do a great job. I mean, Jesse Cole, the owner there, he is just doing as good a job as there is in the world about fan interaction. That's really his number one goal and passion in life, is to bring the best experience that he possibly can to the fan base on that one day. And then the next day do the same thing again with completely different, mindset. So it's really fun to watch him. I walked around Busch Stadium with Jesse the day of the game, that Friday that I get to pitch in, and I looked at him, and he was looking up at the upper deck. I go, "What are you thinking right now?" And he said, I'm wondering, how do I get a player to that spot in the upper deck in the seventh inning today? That's what I'm going to figure out, And he wants everybody from every section to feel loved and appreciated and respected. And man, they do a great job of that. But it was fun seeing Busch Stadium packed out, 46,000 strong, a couple nights in a row there to watch Lance and Izzy the next night. So really cool, man. It's a cool thing they're doing there.
Adam Wainwright, our guest here, live on TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. You can watch the conversation there. And we're talking it over here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Talking about the attendance for the Savannah Bananas games, there was a column on CBS Sports 2 days ago making the observation that the Cardinal attendance this year is so far down that the Cardinals are actually behind the Rockies for attendance per game and other teams that historically don't really have great attendance, like the Angels, Rangers, and Diamondbacks. As a fan of the team and also an alum of the team, when you see that, how does that make you feel, and what do you think, and maybe some of your former teammates who still talk and text think about what they're seeing as far as attendance at a place that you played in when it was packed?
Well, I have a couple thoughts on this, and I think y'all understand where I'm coming from on all this. You will never, on anything I ever speak on, if I go on MLB, if I go on Fox, if I go on somebody's radio show, you will never, ever hear me trash the St. Louis organization or the fan base. I just won't do it. I owe too much to both of those, and I have too much love and admiration for the fan base and for the organization. So you'd never hear me do that. So I go into this a little biased because I just refuse to say a bad negative word about either of them, because I owe so much of what I was able to accomplish in St. Louis. The DeWitt family and Mo, those guys made sure I stayed a part of it, and the fan base embraced me from the first day I was there and never turned their back on me for 18 plus years. And so I just will go to war for either side of it, so it's a tough question for me to answer. I do have some thoughts on it that I don't think alienates either side. Obviously the fan base is clearly, wanting to see the organization go about it differently. They want to see a team that is a World Series competitor, champion caliber team going into spring training, and if not, they want to see the team make some moves at the deadline and those kinds of things to make it happen. That's understandable. Every fan base wants that. Now, we've had such a great run in St. Louis for so long that when fan base dips a little bit, people raise an eyebrow. But, there's also 20, 29, 30 other teams that wish they had a run like we had for as long as we did. I mean, that's one of the coolest stories ever. What we were able to accomplish there for a few decades in a row was really great. And every organization goes through it where, it's time for a change of regime, time for a change in thought process and get new people in there, blood in there that's excited or whatever. And that's fine. That's the way the game is. And it's okay. You know what? Fans pay the tickets. They pay for their seats. It's okay for them to get pissed every now and then too. So I get it from both sides.
One of the things that we hear quite often from fans is regarding the Cardinals and spending. You made a reference to that, Adam. And then that gets me to a bigger picture question regarding baseball. I recall sitting down with you at spring training. I think it was spring training in 2019 when Machado and Harper were still out there. They didn't get signed until late. There were a bunch of big names out there. And you, always willing to speak your mind, expressed your frustration from the player side. I sense that most people think that we are going to have a work stoppage, both on the owners and the players' side, following the 2026 season. I'm curious, from your perspective as somebody who's involved and passionate about the game as you've been and continue to be, the idea of a salary cap sounds like, from a player standpoint, a non-starter. My theory is the generations who came before don't want to see this current generation give up on something they fought against so steadfastly. I wanted to get your perspective on the salary cap, and if it's true that it's a non-starter, why is it something that it would be something the players would be adamantly against?
Well, it is a non-starter for players in a lot of different ways, and it's obviously the thing that the ownership group is pushing for the hardest, which is what they've always pushed for, and that's just the nature of the business. You know, you have an organization that is paying the bills, and they want the lowest bills to be paid, and you have a group that are getting paid, and they want to be paid the most. So, I mean, there's always going to be fighting back and forth. I will say, though, that Major League Baseball and the players, and it may not be up to the players, the owners, like last time they locked us out, you know, but they would be stupid. And I don't say that lightly because that we call that the stow word in my house. We don't even say that word. You know, that's like a bad word. You would be ridiculous. Revenues are up around baseball. It would just be ridiculous to put the fans through that. I just feel like there's got to be a way to come to the table. Everyone's making money. Everyone's, you know, having fun with everything. And I just think neither side needs to be too greedy. The deal itself there's a few things that got to get ironed out, but they should come together and work that out.
Well, you think the players would be possibly amenable to a salary cap if there was also a floor, or is it just the fact that any cap at all is a no-go?
Well, no, because here's why. Anytime you give in to something like that and you say, okay, we'll be into it, we'll be okay with it as long as there's a floor, that just opens the door for the owners to chip away at that over time. So it's a non-starter for players because players know that once you go down that road, there's no going back. And once you give in to something small, the owners will use that to chip away and make it a greater thing. I mean, it's just the way it is, you know, in life. If you give in to a little something, eventually that's going to erode into something bigger, and that's just the way it goes.
It just seems there's a level of distrust that's historical. Like sitting at the table and saying what's best for the game, it seems like neither side believes the other is interested in that.
Well, it's tough because in negotiations, I don't think there's anything personal. I don't think that Rob is and the owners, I don't think they want the worst for their players. They still want a great product out there. What they do want is the best deal, you know, and that's what the players want. And so anytime you're negotiating with two different sides that want the best deal, there's going to be chippy, you know, there's going to be hurt feelings, and there's going to be people that don't understand that that's the nature of the business, and they're going to go out there and they're going to say something, and there's inevitably going to be an owner that says something he shouldn't say, and there's inevitably going to be players that say something they shouldn't say, and that's just it happens every time. I think if you look at the world, though, I mean, every time we think this is the worst it's ever been, if you look back through history, it's been like this before. You know, there's been like '94 season when the owners locked the players out. There was a work stoppage. I mean, they didn't have a World Series that year. That's worse. I think there's been years where they missed the entire season. There's been, you know, big deals that have gone on. I mean, there's, you know, anytime you look at anything in life, you go, I can't believe it's never been like this before. Almost always in history, there's something that's happened almost exactly like it or worse.
Adam, some fans are texting in and saying, well, then why does the salary cap work for the NFL, NBA, NHL? Why can't it work for Major League Baseball? What is your perspective on that?
Well, I don't think anyone would argue this. The baseball union has been the strongest union in all of sports for a very long time. I mean, the players have been willing to have a work stoppage. The players have been willing to stand up for what they believe in, and so they have the best deal going right now. But I think anytime, if you have the best deal going among sports, anytime you say, all right, I'm willing to go back on that and renegotiate and come a little bit further your way, you're just opening the door for that deal to get a whole lot worse. And to your point earlier, there were players that missed whole seasons in the prime of their career so that the players today could have the deals they do. And it would be very disrespectful to walk away from that. Now, I know that is eventually in life, sometimes things have to change, but I don't see a reason why things have to change from an owner standpoint. If anyone out there believes that owners aren't making money, they've got a veil pulled over their head. These guys are billionaires. They're the billionaires. So the players are wealthy. Don't get me wrong, but you're talking about owners have generational wealth. They are 10 times wealthier, 20 times wealthier, 30 times wealthier than the players. So I'm not saying feel bad for either side. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying to see it from the players' point of view, they have a pretty good deal right now. Baseball is making money. Owners are making money. Players are making money. Let's figure out a way to keep the game going so that we don't lose our fan base.
Are you optimistic they can do that? What are the odds that there is a 2027 season?
Well, I think in negotiation, either side has to be willing to say that they're up for a work stoppage. I also believe that neither side wants a work stoppage, but they both have to say publicly that they're willing to have a work stoppage so that they don't seem weak at the table. Now, that's just part of negotiation. It just is. So, yeah, I think at the end of the day, I am hopeful that they will get a deal done. I'm sure that it will come down to the last second like it always does. But I'm hopeful that they come together and make it happen because it is in everybody's best interest.
All right, before we let you go, I did want to mention, I was reading about Jen Powell, the female umpire who made it to the big leagues, and she told a story to The Athletic. She got to AAA. It was a big moment for her, but kind of nervous in her opportunity. And she said there was a guy on a rehab assignment who came over, gave her a couple words of encouragement, and that pitcher, that player, was you. Do you remember that moment?
Yes. Yeah, that was cool for me, too, because I had what would that have been, 2005. There was a AAA umpire named Rhea, who was a female, and I don't know what happened to Rhea, but she didn't continue on, and then maybe that was in AA. I think that was in AA. I think she got up to AA, but it was cool seeing Jen out there because I'm a girl dad. I have 4 daughters, and I'm always trying to encourage them and empower them to go out there and feel like they can do anything, and it's cool to see in a man's world of baseball. It's cool to see a girl step in a role that she could thrive in. As a major league umpire, there's no reason why a woman can't be a great major league umpire for a long time, and she was doing a great job that day. I remember there was one pitch in particular. Let's see, it would have been like my 3rd inning on my rehab start. I threw a nice backdoor sinker that came back over the corner of the plate, and she kind of froze for a second. I just started walking off the field because it was out 3, and I'm like, she's either going to call that an out, or I'm just going to walk off this field, and they're going to have to get the bullpen going. And she looked at me, and she saw what I was doing, and she did like the super late umpire, like 3, whatever. And the hitter was like, what? But I remember as I walked off the field, I just walked over and said, hey, I love what you're doing. I'm rooting for you. I'm a girl dad of 4, and I just think it's so great that you're doing this. And by the way, you did a great job. And apparently that stuck with her, so that's really cool from both sides.
Yeah, great story, man. I didn't know the background on that. Adam Wainwright here on TMA. Always enjoy the candid conversation. Adam, always enjoy it, man. Thanks so much for taking time out of your morning to join us here on TMA.
Yeah, I appreciate you having me on. Just real quick before we go, I've got a fantasy football event.
Oh, yeah,
coming
yeah.
up.
We got a team in it. We got a team in it. We got a team in it. Woot, woot.
Yeah, you got a team coming up, and it's to benefit Big League Impact. This goes back to 2013. This is a fantasy football league they join, and they play with one of the members of the Cardinals players. I'll be up there, and Lars Nootbaar and a few other players will be there. But would love to have as many people sign up and play with us as they could. It's all on the website, bigleagueimpact.org, and it's Friday, September 5th. We're gonna have a draft at Busch Stadium. A great day where you get on the field and have some fun and get your pictures taken, and then we get to have a draft together, and then we'll play fantasy football all year long. It's a cool thing.
Bigleagueimpact.org. Doug, TMA's team will be led by you. I know you've been incredibly successful in fantasy sports over the years.
I have.
And Doug, you are high on Jamar Chase as your sleeper pick.
He's a sleeper. I like that. Tim, is anybody talking Joe Burrow?
I mean, now Adam knows about Jamar Chase, but other than that, I think he's a sleeper. Yep.
I don't know if first overall picks can be called sleepers.
That's the depth of the knowledge of this team. So we'll be fighting to stay out of the cellar in Adam's league. It's bigleagueimpact.org coming up on Friday, September 5th, and it's going to be on the field at Busch Stadium. Another illustration of Adam Wainwright continuing to give back to the St. Louis community and fans throughout the land. bigleagueimpact.org. Adam, appreciate the time, man. Thanks so much.
Yes, sir. Thanks for talking.
Thank you. That's Adam Wainwright with us here on TMA 101 ESPN. Always enjoy the conversation with him, especially his candor regarding the player's perspective on the work stoppage. We are approaching the 8 o'clock hour, which is brought to you by Fisher Window and Door Store. Actually, we're now in the 8 o'clock hour, brought to you by Fisher Window and Door Store, 100 West Dental, longtime TMA sponsor. They have built brand new offices right on Manchester in Baldwin. No dental insurance, no problem. The membership plan at 100 West Dental aids in the cost of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. And they have a huge offer going on right now that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental. If you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. It's 100westdental.com. Dr. Brandon Pryor. If you are sitting there thinking, I don't want to get a checkup at the dentist, I understand. But poor dental health can impact medical health. They are not exclusive. That is not the way that it works. It's not like dental insurance and medical insurance are separate. Bad dental health can impact your overall health. Get your teeth checked by going to 100westdental.com. No phone call needed to get in. Just check the calendar online for availability and book right then and there. It's 100westdental.com with Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team on Manchester Road in Baldwin. We head into the 8 o'clock hour on the program. Stifel Dossier, Matt Holliday coming up at 9 o'clock, and the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day at 10:45. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update. It's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals lose to the Rockies yesterday, losing the series. Off day today, back in action tomorrow as the Bronx Bombers come to town. Yankees Cardinals 7:15 first pitch on Friday. Andre Palante toeing the slab for the Redbirds. That was their Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Now they're selling pontoons by the bay. Nothing to play for except their pride. And now that's even starting to slide. Attendance is low and more, all is too. Trade deadlines looming, what will they do? At the start of the year, hopes were high. Now watching this team is like watching paint dry. Well, boys, you gave it a hell of a try.
Where was this performed? Was this at Enterprise Center?
Could have been a Lawrence Welk show. I just love the band.
Tropicana Lanes.
The band's doing their darndest to play. This is the music we were given. We're going to play it. They're not laughing. They just keep playing along.
It's TMA 101 ESPN, the program presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Fisher Window and Door Store. 8 o'clock hour. You're welcome to participate in the program. Doug, I'm going to give you 4 different ways you can do it.
Okay.
Right? Text in. That's what most listeners do. 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of the text inbox. You can call in if you really want your opinion heard. Callier and Thompson, sponsor of the phone lines. 314-974-0101. Then you got that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where friends gather and talk it over at youtube.com or on the TMA STL YouTube channel. When you open up that YouTube app, Bill Reloaded's talking to Walrus King, who's talking to Jake and St. Genevieve, he was talking to Chris Turner, and a very active Steve Gottsagen's teleprompter. All talking with Tim McKernan's Meat and Potatoes at the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. 200 friends have gathered to talk it over. And then you can email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. I will be leaving early today, and Martin has kindly somehow been able to push back on that onboarding.
I guess you don't need health insurance, huh?
When Heim walks out, I stand with Heim.
Look at that.
I'm kind of like a Cardinal fan. I stand with Heim.
We just were joined by Adam Wainwright. I recommend, if you didn't get a chance to listen to it, to go back and watch it on YouTube, youtube.com/TMASTL, or podcast via the Schaefer Door Company podcast app, 101 ESPN app, TMASTL app. Very rarely does Adam Wainwright get negative reaction, but when he was talking about the work stoppage and the players' perspective on the salary cap, Martin, I don't know if you were doing a text inbox audit, but I would say he was getting close to unanimous pushback on where he was coming from. And my observation, guys, was it's just something that the players are not willing to give into. And a big part of it is they don't want to be the generation to be the ones to give in on something that decades of players before would not.
The only word I go back to is distrust. You can just tell, even when he said, they're making money, trust me, they're all making money. There is that stance where the players don't believe the owners. They talk about the game and all the challenges, and nobody ever believes it when they say they're struggling. So I think if the ownership, the group of owners wants to implement the salary cap, don't you think they're going to have to be a little more revealing with the actual numbers? Because there is that level of distrust. Mm-hmm. Wainwright is in lockstep. I had advocated that he be on some panel with like veteran players, like to negotiate the deal. I don't think he's budging either. And I think if you listen to that interview, it's like, it's inevitable. I think it's inevitable that this is where they're headed. Like, the players don't believe the owners are crying poor. I think they're going to have to do a better job than Rob Manfred going team to team. They're going to have to prove it with some actual hard data.
I don't think it's that big of an issue that the fans don't think the owners are making money. I mean, I'm sure they make money. They make plenty of it. The big issue is the disparity in the inability of certain franchises to compete. You got a big chunk of the league, at least 4, 5, 6 teams that virtually have no shot. They got no chance at all. And the top free agents inevitably are signing with the top tier of teams every time. And there's just nothing even close to parity right now. I think that's the biggest problem, is that you have a large chunk of the baseball fan base out there around the country whose teams have virtually no shot.
And I think when ownership tried to address that with the luxury cap, it was a good idea, but in practice, teams like the Pirates are getting subsidized, and they're not spending the money.
That's
so
right,
you have
which goes back to the floor conversation.
Pittsburgh franchise with empty seats and a crappy lineup every year, and they lose great players. And at the end of the year, you go, oh, well, they made $60 million. They're not motivated to win. So what they tried, I think, was a good theory, but it's not working. So they have to both recognize what you're saying, Doug. It sucks for the game that all these teams can't compete or are unwilling to compete. They're getting paid to have bad teams. I think they just have to somehow, it sounds impossible. Both sides say, all right, this is not working, right? These teams are terrible every year. This is not fun for anybody. And as players, don't you want more teams healthy and willing to offer free agents contracts? Instead, every time there's a big name that comes up, hey, is he going to go to the Mets or the Yankees or the Phillies or the Dodgers? Hey, will he go to the Mets or the Yankees or the Phillies or the Dodgers? Every single time.
Doug is right. It's not about who is making money. It's not about spreading out. It's not. Doug, I'm going to try again.
Okay.
This is from the Metro East landlord. Doug is right. It's not about who is making money. It's about spreading out the talent to make baseball competitive. That's from the Metro East landlord.
That's what I think it is. I think that's the fans' biggest concern is, does my team have a chance to be competitive? And there's a number of teams around baseball where that answer is no. You don't have much of a chance to be competitive.
So, for example, I know he got rocked the other night, but Paul Skeens in Pittsburgh. Is there anybody who thinks that he is going to pitch the prime years of his career for the Pirates? And I would imagine most people would respond by saying no. And that is a small example of baseball's greater problem. Not only do you have a number of teams that cannot or will not participate in the free agent market for the Stars, but running alongside that is, if they were to draft and develop a player who gets to the major leagues and becomes a star, they are not able to hold on to him. And then that player inevitably, and we can list the teams from memory, usually 5 or 6, will go to one of those 5 or 6 teams, and decade after decade, it's one of the same teams. And we just kind of accept it because that's the way that it has been. But for whatever reason, and having covered this stuff now for a quarter of a century, and we've seen these conversations going back well beyond that, for whatever reason, I sense that next year, following the 2026 season and going into the 2027 offseason, that this will be the moment where both sides dig in and we will have a significant work stoppage. That is my expectation. And I think both sides are preparing for it. I think to apply it locally, I think it is why the Cardinals, in part, have managed the roster how they have. And that's to not have a lot of long-term contracts because they think that something is coming that is going to lead to the stoppage and then change following the 2026 season.
But they don't agree on anything. So they have to at least agree that it's not working, that the current system doesn't work. And I think they're just looking at percentages. Okay, what percentage of revenue goes to us? If you were to try and implement a cap, what is that percentage? Yeah, but before you can even get, I think, down to the numbers, you have to have a conversation about this. Just the system. Bob Costas wrote his book about baseball, and it starts with an anecdote of Bobby Uecker, and they're doing the World Series in Cleveland, and he said they're in a commercial break, and Uecker just says out loud, "This game sucks now," and he was talking about baseball, and he was mad at all the things that had happened and how it needed to change, and I think they're kind of at that point again, where the game's been tweaked by Manfred and they're faster and all of that. But I think they have to recognize what Doug's talking about is just the landscape is so tilted. I just don't think it's as fun for fans in half the cities maybe, where you just kind of know, all right, well, they're good again. Oh, well, they're going to be good again.
Mm-hmm.
You have to somehow get the sides to agree that that's an issue before you even get to the percentages. But I'm not optimistic.
It seems to me that from the players' point of view, many of them believe there are teams that don't care if they win or not.
Well, I think the Pirates are a good example of that because they're not really competing in terms of a roster, and yet they get a check. They get subsidized because of the luxury tax. They get money, and then they end up with a terrible team, but they make a profit. Every year they make a profit.
But now, is that the game plan, or are they just incompetent? I'm sure the players believe there are some owners who could care less if they win or lose. They just want a slice of the network and the local TV revenue and some ticket revenue. And as long as they clear a profit, that's all they care about. I don't know that's really...
If they didn't, then they would sign these players instead of making $60 million a year being subsidized. And these are the reports of the Forbes and Sporticos, people that track team revenues. I think it's fairly accurate, maybe not entirely, but fairly accurate. Then they would take that $60 million they're profiting every year and re-up Skeens, keep Garrett Cole. You know what I'm saying? If they wanted to win, it seems they have more money to spend than they are spending.
But they don't have anywhere close to enough money to give Shohei Ohtani $700 million and Juan Soto $500 million. I think nearly all. And that's
probably maybe they're just feeling hopeless. Like, screw it. What's the point?
But
might as well make money.
All of these owners, if they weren't billionaires before they got into baseball, they're billionaires now, men who've been extremely successful. I just don't know that it would be in their DNA to say, I'm going to take over a team, and I don't care what happens to them. I don't care if we're dead last. I think these are mostly highly competitive people who want desperately to win. Now, there's some who are just flat incompetent and don't know how to do it. The Pirates come to mind there. But I just find it hard to believe, and maybe I'm wrong, that someone would buy a baseball team not caring at all if you ever won a game, just trying to get the year-to-year profit.
Well, I think there's a difference between not caring at all and it not being your top priority. And I think if this were a bell curve, many would fall into that category. And I don't think that was the case 50 years ago. And my reasoning is 50 years ago, many of the teams were owned by either families or family businesses, and that was how they had their wealth. A lot of that wealth was on paper, but they weren't necessarily liquid. Now, if you're going to buy a sports franchise, and it's certainly not limited to Major League Baseball, you have become incredibly wealthy. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to afford it, and you run it like a business. These are people who look at it and go, oh, my God, we're going to have an opportunity here to acquire this thing, and then spin it off for an increased valuation as these things increase rapidly over time. However, there are exceptions. Steve Cohen would certainly be one that people would point to in Queens. Before the Padres owner passed, and it's probably the reason why the Padres got so aggressive in a market that is not big in San Diego, they went balls to the wall, but then the Padres got into a spot where they were defaulting on payroll at the end of the 2023 season. So you take a look at the bottom 5 payrolls in Major League Baseball, and I think everybody would be able to name them. Doug, you like a guessing game? Would you like to name the bottom 5 payrolls in Major League Baseball? And just for the record, the bottom 5 payrolls in Major League Baseball are not even a quarter of the Dodgers' payroll.
Yeah. Be the A's.
That's one of them.
And the Pirates.
That's one of them.
And probably the Rockies now.
The Rockies actually
they kind of spend a little, which is weird.
You've got the A's, you've got the Pirates, you've got 3 more.
What about the barbecue gang?
The Marlins?
Barbecue gang is at $66 million. Martin, for the record, the Dodgers $340 million.
White Sox?
The White Sox are also in there. One more team.
How many more? Rays?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
There you go.
And in their defense, they're playing in a stadium that houses 10,000. Cardinals will be there.
This is I feel like this. I'm not.
That's per spot rack, by the way.
I feel like I'm not grooming people for NBA. This is, I think, pertinent because of the news yesterday that the Blazers got bought. Blazers have been a terrible team for the better part of 25 years. Paul Allen bought them in 1988 for $70 million, and they just sold for $4 billion.
That's Tam Avenue Capital Partners
Pretty good
ROI
business
there.
move.
The inflation, I did the inflation cost, $70 million in 1988 would be $191 million today.
Yeah.
So still ridiculous.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, ridiculous ROI. And that's a team that literally has been in the basement for 25 years, outside of a few pop-ups.
And related to, I don't want to sidetrack the conversation, but did you see the NFL valuations that came out? And it was
the Cowboys at
Sportico, and the Cowboys are like $12 billion. Number 2, the LA Rams, $10.4 billion.
How do you do, Doug?
Which means Enos says, "Oh, Frank, that's why we moved."
It's borderline Imus.
Don Imus and Enos.
I was about to say that sounded like Don Imus right
I think Enos and Imus in my head are a little similar in their verbal skills, but in the end, we know how he went about it and all of that with Enos, well documented. But if one of the goals was to increase franchise value,
Right.
that clearly has been
But you
done.
can just buy a franchise and then park the car, and
Yes.
then in 20 years you will make ridiculous money. So, like, why would people take a risk on a massive free agent when you don't have to? It rewards you not to. You know. That's
Well,
what I
now,
think.
in the case of the Cardinals with the DeWitts, I think they have seriously tried to put a winning team. They're in it for the business and the money as well, but seriously tried to put a winning team on the field. They just have had a series of personnel moves that haven't worked out over the last 10 years. They've spent money, it just hadn't been spent very wisely.
I share that opinion, which is an unpopular opinion in the market. That to me should be the focal point. But if you are trying to get engagement, you can never go wrong with the Stan Kroenke tweet, and you can never go wrong with a DeWallet tweet. And I would just present relative to market size and relative to what the Cardinals would be doing if they were in another market of the comparable size. They are punching and have been punching above their weight up until the recent season. The issue has been the manner with which they have allocated the dollars, in addition to the failure to develop players internally. And then the glaring thing to me is sometimes when these players leave the organization, they either rediscover or they find their groove and surge with other organizations. That, to me, is the bigger issue, but that's not as tantalizing as just saying a guy is cheap. But you can go to damn near every market, handful of exceptions, and you'll have fans complaining about the owner not spending. It is 8:24 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you here on the program. Fisher Window and Door Store, sponsor of our 8 o'clock hour. The program is called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Well, the website is igotfloored.com. You can go online right now for Michael's Flooring at igotfloored.com, and you can get 3 samples from Proximity Mills free. That's right. Michael's Flooring offering up free samples from Proximity Mills at igotfloored.com. Michael's Flooring, family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael's passion is flooring, and he wants you to know that he is going to take care of you as a customer because he trains the employees to do just that. Just come in or talk to them, and you will see a difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you and not pushing what corporate is telling them they have too much of. They have 3 St. Louis area locations to take great care of you. They are in Creve Coeur, they are in Darden Prairie, and they are in St. Peters. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com. Doug, is this Ladies Love Cool James?
I don't know who it is.
Is that Boyz II Men in the background?
Yeah, it's LL Cool J and Boyz II Men.
Wow. And why'd you request this?
I didn't. But Jackson's dancing again.
LL Cool J.
Okay. You dance every time you hear one of his tunes?
Is this a cuck song? He said, I don't want to violate your relationship. It sounds like he might be setting up somebody for the Davenport.
Oh.
Setting them up. I like that.
The Davenport.
Who wants to be the Davenport on September 1st? We're up September 1st, aren't we? Am I right? Has anybody checked on the calendar?
September, is that
That's Labor Day.
Yeah.
Labor Day.
Yeah, we'll be off.
We've got onboarding. I'll be in for a little bit.
Oh, you do onboarding?
Yeah. Well, they want to have a barbecue with everybody.
It's TMA, 101 ESPN. The program is presented to you by Brown and Croup, and I'll be heading out following this segment. Thank you to Hubbard Management for letting me get out for an event with my son today. Back tomorrow, Doug, for the Friday program, which, of course, will feature friend of the program, Joey Vitale. A Friday tradition, unlike any other, assuming he's calling in from Gay Paris, which I know he was looking forward to doing. There's nothing better than a call from Paris into TMA. Many, many of our guests have been coming from France. Parlez-vous français? Think about that.
And you got to do your cell phone just right, or you'll pay through the nose for one of those international calls.
Well, the old trick was you would change your phone plan for going international, and then you would get back, and 6 months later, like, I never changed it back.
Bad bird. Yeah, that's bad bird.
Okay. I did ask Kurt earlier, and I'm not putting Kurt on blast. That's what I do to Jackson. But I said at some point, next couple hours, let's see if there is Dublin Sports Radio. We talked about this at the outset, their excitement level. I said I just wanted a sampling, and it does say on the station's website, hurling. It did list all the sports, rugby. But it's OTB.
Yeah, off the ball is what I was seeing.
Yeah, and I was thinking OTB used to be off-track betting. Before gambling was more mainstream, you would go to an OTB and you could watch, you'd probably see one of the Randolphs in there, and you'd be watching horse racing in New Jersey. But it was off-track. But their OTB, Doug, is off the ball. Off the ball. The best of OTB.
Oh, is that right?
So we may get that. So while you're talking Paris...
Yeah, Paris.
At some point, we may sample a little Ireland sports talk. They're getting ready, Doug.
Iowa State and Kansas State. How do you do, friends?
Okay, and you think they're excited about that in Dublin?
Well, we're trying to find out.
They got excited about the Rams going over there to play the Patriots 13 years ago.
What if the surprise guest next week, Doug? Here we go. Surprise guest will be Mikey Mick O'Brien, and he will
if Martin were Irish, I would find that offensive and tweet at him from my burner.
Mm-hmm.
First day of school, Tim. Way to super dad it up, buddy. That's from the salty, bald dad from Caseyville. First day of school was yesterday.
Yeah.
This is not first day of school.
How'd he do? You like his teacher?
Yeah, he did enjoy it.
Oh, good. Okay.
Yeah,
That's a big thing. You say to the kids, how'd you like your teacher? And if they say, hated her, you're like, ooh, it's going to be a long year.
And it would be. If you hated your teacher, you could learn to hate school.
Bring her an apple.
Mm-hmm.
That's the key. The apple does magic.
What's the equivalent in 2025, Doug? When we were kids, they would say, bring them an apple, like to suck up to the teacher.
It'd have to be wrapped. Nowadays, you couldn't just bring
maybe a gift card.
Coffee.
Yeah.
Coffee.
I called you yahoos from Moscow, and I don't think you believed me. That's caller Ellen. Doug, do you remember calling us from Moscow?
That's a no.
Really?
That's a no, Martin. That's a good read. That was a nice read.
We've had some calls from all over the world at times, but I don't recall that one necessarily.
So many hot new dads in your son's class. That's from Eric in the Central West
Did you
End.
check that out?
Well, Joey Vitale likes to call in and rave about some of the fathers.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
Yeah. That's a delight.
I just took a listen to some of that Ireland Sports Talk Radio. It sounded like they were taking a call.
Oh, they're right. They take calls too? Pestis on?
Pestis in Kilcoyne. What you say?
I don't think they were speaking English.
That's offensive.
Well, no, it's
That's
not.
offensive.
No, they do speak. They
Martin,
have.
let's do something. Let's tweet at Jackson from our dog accounts.
Was it such a thick Irish brogue that you didn't
No, I
understand?
think it might have been like Gaelic. They speak Gaelic some places in Ireland.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Every sign has the Gaelic version.
I know in Northern Ireland.
Okay, let's just listen. Do you have a sample of that?
Whatever.
Let's hope. How do we know what if they're swearing?
No.
They paid me, and after I respected all the agreement.
Yeah, and did you ever ask your intermediary who it went to, or did he ever tell you where it went?
Sounds like English to me.
Never told me.
That's
Told me just
offensive,
to
man.
Stefano, I will fix it your life. when he saw, because he was a very close friend, he was an older guy, old man. He came to us always to hunting in Hungary. And
I think the caller has an accent.
Yes, that's all I was hearing. I didn't get to hear the host.
Okay.
The host is clearly speaking English.
Yeah, thank you. Gosh, we've learned a few things since the potato famine.
And you think those two were talking about Iowa State and Kansas State?
They're talking about an old. What's an intermediate like? It didn't seem like sports talk, and we should know.
Oh no! You think they were doing a Would You Thursday?
Chairman Kurt is attacking the content of the show from inside the room in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. The Cardinals are so bad, we're resorting to Dublin Sports Talk Radio
to fill our time.
Who said that? Kurt said that?
Yeah, from inside the room.
He's 3 feet away.
Now, to be fair,
nope.
Martin isn't going to hear it.
That's a great drop.
That is a good drop.
Please, Chairman.
That was more of me taking a shot at the Cardinals than you, Martin.
Oh, it's fine.
Yeah, Martin's fine.
It's fine. No, a lot of people have supported Jackson. They thinking that I'm swiping at the dossier. I'm fascinated. I think
Matt Holliday, Stifel dossier.
At 9 o'clock, Matt the Bat, whose son Jackson, not related to this Jackson, hit a walk-off base hit for the Orioles last night. But the deep dive into the dossier, sometimes I poke fun, but I'm fascinated by the depth of the dossier, the Stifel dossier.
Thank you. Yeah, it's kind of my
baby.
baby.
There's a lot more there than I realized.
I work on it. It's like one of those the little sandboxes with you get a tree in there and you're constantly working on it. Bonsai tree. Yeah, it's like a bonsai tree.
Pat Morita, the maintenance man in Ralph Macchio's apartment building who took him under his wing and would have him work for him for free. He had a bonsai tree.
And you have to constantly work on it in the sand?
Well, I think it's best.
What do you have to do?
Or maybe... do you ever have a chia pet? We have to.
Yeah, oh God, yes.
That's a living, breathing organism. Yeah. So that's a better way. It's like a chia pet. Dossier is like a chia pet.
I had one with a man's head.
What
it
man?
It was called like Harry O'Reilly or something, and you planted grass.
Anti-Irish thing. It's getting tiresome.
And as a grass grew, you could give him haircuts. It was kind of neat.
Martin, I think we have to have a meeting in Dogtown today. I just think it needs to happen. It's gotten out of line here. They're not even speaking English. We tune it in. It's clear English.
Felix's has good pizza in Dogtown.
There you go.
Jackson, come meet us. Tim and I are going to... Oh, where are you going to? That Seamus place?
Seamus. Come on.
You guys aren't even speaking English.
Matt the Bat coming up at 9 o'clock on the Stifel Dossier Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming your way at 10:45, and Stifel CEO Ron Kruszewski is going to be in studio in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. That is coming your way here on the program. I'm heading out for the day, and we'll be back tomorrow for the presentation. Boys, have a wonderful day, and TMA will be right back here on 101 ESPN.
And this song came out in 1963.
I'll say.
Didn't
they play this on the Ed Sullivan Show in
Doug,
63?
you're just right on it, is what you are.
wow.
Because 60 years ago today, they taped their Ed Sullivan Show performance that is legendary, I would say. And they played this song. One of many songs.
So 65.
65 is when they went on the Ed Sullivan Show.
Okay.
I don't know if that's when this song was released, but, you know.
Are you a Beatles geek?
Geek? No. I did give a Mount Rushmore of Beatles songs a few weeks ago, and I want to amend it. It was bad.
You like to amend it?
I put Twist and Shout on there, and that's see.
Wow.
Yeah. So if I could, I'd go Blackbird, Eleanor Rigby. I would go Yesterday, and I would go Come Together. How about that?
Okay.
Better?
No, there is no right or wrong answer. The best songs are the ones that you enjoy the most.
That's true. That's true. Twist and Shout is just more of a nod to Ferris Bueller.
But it's one of those songs. It's one of those
there's
songs.
There's a lot better stuff.
But you really don't need to hear that song ever again.
Right. There's a lot better stuff.
Because every wedding or every pregame rally outside of a sporting event, they're probably playing it.
But that makes it a good song. If everybody likes it that much, it must be a great song.
So you're saying some people like some things.
Just because it's not real deep or anything.
Right, but I think
it's kind of annoying. Okay.
I think the really cool thing about the Beatles is they're always pushing different styles and experimenting with stuff, but always stayed in the mainstream. Like no matter what they did, people were always listening and loving it. So it was like cool that they could be experimental and also be like the biggest band of all time.
Now a song like Sweet Caroline, Neil Diamond, I mean, you hear it a million times. Doesn't that make it a good song, even if it's, I don't know, a simple kind of song?
Now, that one doesn't bother me. Hearing that one over and over again, I don't mind it.
Do you think if you were like a Boston sports radio host and you were at every Red Sox game and you heard it every single night, you would feel the same way?
They seem to almost weep when they hear it. I mean, they really...
We never got tired of Gloria until they took it away.
But they've been doing Sweet Caroline at the Red Sox games for... Like, I don't know, but feels
Derek
like
Gould
25 years.
has been advocating on Twitter. He's been saying the Cardinals need a good sing-along song.
It seems like a job that we could handle.
But he is saying...
Maybe one of these AI-generated songs.
We'll get your asses next year.
That would be great.
Is that a song?
Put the words on the video board so everyone can sing along. That'd be fantastic.
We could get the real big band in there.
We'll get your asses next year.
It could be like a late night TV show, like where Freeze's home run landed. You could have a 20-piece band.
Mm-hmm. Sitting right out there with the muted trumpets and everything.
And the 98-degree heat, tuxedos on.
Uh-huh. The Brooklyn Dodgers used to have, years ago when they were obviously still in Brooklyn, about a 4 or 5-piece band that would walk around the field playing songs.
Nice.
Bob Cuban at the old football Cardinal
bring
games.
Bring him back.
Bob Cuban was on. They had a little hut on the side of the football field at Busch Stadium where Bob Cuban's band, famous for the song "The Cheetah."
The Cheetah.
Cheetah.
Okay.
Bob Cheater.
If you've heard
You're not familiar with the Cheater?
I don't think so.
Bob Cuban, St. Louis's own, but they had a band on the side, and every kickoff was like, and they would kick off.
I like that. You know what I also
bring it back.
You know what I really like is when they do the national anthem on electric guitar. I think it's really cool.
Jimi Hendrix.
Yeah. But you see it sometimes for national anthems. I find that to be
Lenny
very
Kravitz.
Cool. Yeah, I think it's cool.
You can text in. It's the Air Comfort Service text line. That's 399-9646. 314-399-9646. Collier and Thompson phone lines. A little trickier now because Chairman Kurt is at the dais, so I don't know who's manning the lines. At 974-0101. 314-974-0101. We've got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, which is going on. I feel like every time I look, I'm pulling like an Ed Herman. He like turns and twists and wants to check out what are they... Card's theme song needs to mention pontoons. That's from the Walrus King.
We have multiple entries in that.
Yeah.
Tony DiPardo at the Chiefs games. There you go, Doug, if you're wondering.
Okay.
That's what they're talking about. Stifel Dossier tells you that Matt Holliday joins us at 9 o'clock with Adam Wainwright in the 7 o'clock hour. Designer Heating and Cooling email today. Fire those off, and we'll get to that, Doug, at about, 10:50, 1:52, and then we're in a
sounds
hurry.
Pretty good. Yeah.
Is there a limit, and I don't know if you guys have ever instituted, sometimes in onboarding they pipe in the show. Mm-hmm. Can we institute a 3-paragraph limit or a 5-paragraph limit? Some of these tend to be a little wordy.
I've told them to be brief before they don't listen.
They're not listening?
No.
Are you
because
having...
block them.
Some of our emailers are quite talented.
Sure.
And their long emails are filled with great stuff, so to leave them out feels wrong, you know. But if you're someone who hasn't emailed in a lot, I would say a great way to get read is a little bit shorter, you know. 1 paragraph, 12 point, Times New Roman, Helvetica maybe. And
don't ever say Helvetica maybe.
Helvetica? Fonts. Sometimes, Chairman Kirk can attest, sometimes people write it in like 8-point font.
Or invisible ink.
Oh, yeah, that'll happen too. They'll put like gray font color. Get out of here. This is a business, baby.
Right.
12-point, Times New Roman.
Business, baby.
Helvetica, maybe.
Okay. How about today only? 1 paragraph. If you go more, you don't get in.
I
But a
think
paragraph
it's a dangerous
is,
game.
A paragraph, even that's subjective.
That's
you can
true.
start a new paragraph or not. It's got to be a word limit.
How about stanza? How about 1 stanza?
Yeah,
Stanza.
But where you stop a stanza again is it's in the eye of the writer.
I want all
It's got to be a
haiku-
word limit.
All haikus today.
Gosh.
I think we learned how to construct a haiku in grade school.
The
I never-
575.
I never really used that skill set in
Not
life.
something that comes up a lot.
You're not really a poet.
Not classically trained.
But you've written some poems. I believe on your first day on this program,
Yeah.
once we came to 101, you had a poem.
An ode to the show, an homage of sorts.
Why do you think it was important for them to teach us how to write a haiku?
There's
Who in
different
the
writing
hell
styles.
is going to use that at any other point in their life?
I think just like a lot of things in learning, and Chairman Kirk can speak more of this as an education background, like a lot of learning is the indirect benefits you get from it. Like learning math is like learning problem solving and
Critical thinking.
Critical thinking.
Math is crucially important.
Right,
Haikus are not.
But like writing in different ways to be creative with your words and how to use certain types of words and syllables and this, that, or the other. I don't know, man.
I guess. I think it'd be better to teach people, spend more time on how to use tools and fix things and how electricity works and how plumbing works. And those would be skills you'd have a lifetime.
What year did you graduate?
2016 from high school.
Did you have any, like, shop type classes, hands-on?
Those were options. I did not take them.
Oh, imagine that.
I got,
Jackson.
city hands.
Wouldn't want to get your hands dirty.
Yeah.
God bless it.
Sorry.
We were saying earlier, give the teacher an apple to win them over, and we said that's a little dated. Kurt, you said coffee.
There's nothing better than when a parent would hand me a coffee or a Starbucks gift card.
Yeah.
But what kind of coffee? What if you're a latte guy and they give you an Americano?
You know, I got in pretty well with the families there at the school I was at. They kind of knew my order. They knew what to bring me.
So they're actually not just a gift card. They'd bring you the coffee.
Yeah.
Still hot?
I do cold coffee. They knew that.
Oh.
Even in the winter. Iced Americano, please.
Okay. And when they were trying to buy their son or daughter a better grade?
I didn't really have to give grades.
Why not?
You know, I was teaching elementary school Spanish. It was just kind of an elective. Just show up, don't cause too much trouble, and you're all good.
Sounds like the public school system today.
But it does lay a really nice, like learning Spanish that early lays a really nice base for when you get to high school learning Spanish. Like I have a lot of friends who are like, you started learning Spanish in first grade. I was like, yep.
Or earlier even.
Yeah, right.
Because kids who are 2, 3 years old, they pick up like a sponge.
Yeah.
I love how you asked to text in. All of us to text in, then we do, and we're ignored. Great job, asses.
Oh.
That's from Rollercade Rick. As a and apparently Rollercade Rick is a karaoke DJ. Every person has their own Mount Rushmore of their own 4 favorite songs. Rarely would you find 2 people liking the same 4 songs.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
You know what they like in Milwaukee? Free hamburgers, and that's what they're getting today. You see that the Brewers won 12 in a row?
Yeah.
Now the whole city gets free
burgers. Yeah.
George Webb's. I think Keith from South Milwaukee, who called in, got a little lengthy, a little wordy, and then we moved on, was talking about this.
So are the line's going to be just insane to get these cheeseburgers?
And if you're that person, you're a fan, you're going to go for you're going to buy something else? Or
Right.
Are you simply going to, where's my free cheeseburger?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Sit
you
down,
probably
fella.
would.
Have a shake.
1987, they did it, and the chain gave out more than 170,000 burgers. You think they'll still make a profit on this?
They get a lot of PR, but what does that really mean? You
Yeah.
and I are not hopping in our car today because
But
George Webb's.
If it's
kinda
just a
fun.
burger, you'd still probably have fries and a drink,
Yeah.
and that's going to cost you $4 or $5.
So
Stop. Stop the fast food.
Okay.
Do a sit-up. Do something.
Right.
Brewers
this
have
is
won
free.
12 in a row. I think it's the 3rd time this has happened, and it was a joke in Milwaukee for years. If they'd only win 12 in a row, George Webb said, we'll give you free cheeseburgers. And then in 87, they got to 12, And I think they got to 13 and then lost 12 in a row immediately after. They had to give the cheeseburger
Right, you had to give it back. It started at 17. They wanted 17 wins in a row, and they never got there. So they dropped it to 13 and then finally went to 12 in 1970.
All right, fine. If the Cardinals win 3 in a row, we'll give away cheeseburgers. Should we?
We'll be fine.
We'll just,
How many did they
lower
win
the bar.
Under Shilton?
17.
17.
And I
in a
believe
row.
the 17th, this is 4 years ago now, was the clincher to get into the postseason.
To get into the postseason, yeah.
That's a pretty
and
cool
then
way
right
to do
after
it.
that, they lost like every game leading up to the playoffs.
Chris
and
Taylor got them.
Immediately bounced in the playoffs.
I had tickets. The family was going. It was the next game after the 17, and everybody's out of the lineup. It's just like, just shut it down.
And I thought that was a big mistake to take the foot off the gas pedal. I thought you just go as long as you can go.
I think
Try
that's
to
why
keep
they
it going.
can Schilt.
He got fired.
He took his foot off the. That's
think
when he was
that's a
on the
mistake.
secret hot seat that nobody knew about, including him. George Webb's burgers are ass for real. Worst fast food burger I've ever had. I'm sure I had them way back in the day at Marquette. I don't really remember.
Yeah.
I would say it's definitely a tier below like a Steak and Shake.
Yeah, it's Culver's City up there, right? It's all Culver's all the time.
But that's fast food. George Webb is still kind of the diner.
Got it.
You sit maybe a little stool.
You guys think you could identify fast food burgers in a blind taste test?
I could not because I don't eat many of them at all.
Probably not.
I saw that recently. I wondered if that would be more difficult than it seems.
I could tell the difference between a McDonald's Quarter Pounder and a Burger King Whopper and a White Castle. So maybe the answer is yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it depends.
We're talking Brewers and cheeseburgers, and the text comes in. It says solar panels are a scam.
Oh,
that came in
why
at
would that be?
8:50, 1 minute
Call
ago.
in. Callie and Thompson phone lines.
Old people's Facebook statuses, and I think maybe that's their thing.
Yes,
Is they
that
just
person's
randomly
text is
throw
always
us-
just like satire on old people's Facebook posts.
Now, Rollercade Rick, who was mad because we didn't read the text, now he's sucking up to the dais. I've always enjoyed you, Martin. Very soothing voice. Would you do a sound story for me, reading me a bedtime story?
Oh, you do have a soothing voice. You should get into audiobooks.
I'm going to read a bedtime story.
Yeah, I don't see why not. Lullaby.
Whataburger is the best hamburger restaurant in the U.S. Here we go. I feel
Hard
we've had
disagree.
This.
Hard disagree.
Have you been to Whataburger?
Yeah.
Big out west.
Down south, Texas. That's where it's really, really big. No, I find it to be Burger King. And there's nothing wrong with Burger King, but that's not the best hamburger restaurant. But that's just what my
And you're
experience.
not classically trained in the hamburger trade either.
No.
Hamburger arts.
No, I'm not classically trained in much, honestly. Maybe hoop rock.
Guys, in honor of Tim's greatness, you should just honor his absence with a 128-minute moment of silence.
To sit here.
I'm not opposed to that.
No, we can all just walk out.
Rich Gould, if you're, that's fine. You want 100, here we go. Jackson, hit the mute button. We're all leaving. And then we would just have 128 minutes.
Management would say, what are you guys doing? We'd say, well, this is a show of respect.
Yeah. It's the least we could do.
It's an homage of sorts. Matt Holliday coming up at the top of the hour. Text in questions. I feel at the end of every interview with Matt, we say we're going to take some questions. And I think he's open to it. Although then people are, what's your favorite underwear? But other than that, we've covered that. You can text into the show. We'll share some of your thoughts with Matt Holliday. His son had the walk-off hit for the Orioles on a Wednesday night. This is TMA, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Cardinals lose yesterday, off day today, back in action tomorrow as they take on the New York Yankees here at Busch Stadium. Andre Palante will take the mound for a 7:15 first pitch on Friday. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
8 o'clock window. No. You're talking windows in the It's the 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Fisher Window and Door Store.
Nailed it.
Thank you. Delete that, clip that, save it, fix it.
Cut, print.
TMA brought to you by Brown and Crouppen, Matt Holliday momentarily. We're also talking to the folks at Stifel. How about that? Ron Kruszewski's in studio. They sponsor, the Cardinals, the Blues, the Old Opera House, and most importantly, I think it's not only the charity class, but the dossier, clearly. Stifel dossier. Doug, what do you know about Mark Milton?
Well, I know he is the guy that's going to take care of you if you have any kind of tax problem at all. The godforsaken tax man comes knocking at your door. That's usually bad news, but it's good news if you can have Mark Milton on your side. We call him the IRS penalty killer. Maybe you've got years of unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments keeping you up at night, or worse, you're facing IRS criminal investigation. This is serious stuff. If you've got that going on, you need to contact STL Tax Lawyer Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com. Mark Milton and stltaxlawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. You say, well, what about credentials? Well, here they are. Mark earned his accounting degree from the University of Illinois, the #1 accounting program in the country, got a law degree from St. Louis U, started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, D.C., where he represented the IRS in tax cases around the country, and even received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. He's simply one of the best in the country at what he does, and now he helps individuals and small businesses right here in St. Louis solve their tax problems. So if you've got any kind of IRS issue, contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, I'm not guilty, I am with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
I think this show is often hungry. We end up talking about food all the time, and we're just mentioning the cheeseburgers in Milwaukee. They're free. Brewers won 12 in a row. They're 27-4 over their last 31, but it led to a lot of food discussion online, and the Blues need to bring back the cheap tacos. Remember that if they score 5 goals the next day at Taco Bell. The food challenge, the cheeseburger challenge, people saying I could crush that. Whether you could, I think Jackson's question was whether you could tell the difference, Doug. If I had a Hardee's cheeseburger in front of you versus a McDonald's versus a Whataburger, you say you couldn't tell the difference.
I don't think I could tell the difference between Hardee's and Whataburger, but I could tell the difference between a McDonald's Quarter Pounder and a Burger King Whopper for sure.
Yeah, the old grill. The old grill. All right, we got to stay on time. We're a little behind today because we had Adam Wainwright for about 30 minutes. If you missed it, you can find it. Go back and podcast. Next up, it's Matt Holliday here. It's 9 o'clock. TMA brought to you by Brown and Crouppen.
It's 2-1. Right side. That's a fair ball. This is into the corner. Carlson to third. Carlson's coming home. Jackson, Holliday, and the Orioles finally have their walk-off. Why not a double? Indeed.
A walk-off winner, Jackson Holliday. The Orioles rocking Camden Yards last night. And joining us now, Matt Holliday. And Matt, welcome. That was fun. Do you watch all the Orioles games?
Oh, yeah. Yep. Locked in. Yeah, especially right now with being banged up. I don't have much else going on, so I am certainly locked into currently Orioles baseball and Fresno Grizzly baseball, so I am watching a lot of baseball these days.
Are you still in the walker?
Oh, no.
Oh, sorry.
Jeez. I mean, come on.
Tell us again why you're banged up.
Dougie had hip replacement surgery.
I know, but some people didn't hear
audience.
it.
Okay, the audience.
Yeah, I had my hip replaced on Wednesday, last Wednesday, so 8 days ago.
Yeah.
So I'm feeling pretty good, moving around. But yeah, the steps are supposed to be, pretty minimal activity, so I watch a lot of baseball.
First walk-off this season for the Orioles. Do you guys talk like on the phone, like every night after every game? How often are you in communique?
Yeah, we talk every day. I mean, not always about baseball, and it's a very difficult game, and hitting is such a it's just a very difficult craft, and so I try not. If he wants to talk about hitting or how it's going or mechanics or what he feels or doesn't feel, I let him initiate the conversation, and mostly we just kind of catch up and just talk like family. A lot of times we'll have Ethan jump in on the Zoom or on the the phone or
FaceTime.
FaceTime, and so we. So anyways, some baseball talk, and then some not. So it just depends.
I think Mike Matheny's book, which was about kids and coaching, the rule was never talk about the game in the car ride home, because that's when, as a parent or a coach, you're thinking all these things. Oh, why didn't you hit it to left in the eighth inning? Is that a general rule?
Yeah, I mean, I think at least I should have a better perspective of how hard it is, to where I don't necessarily even have to even think, well, I shouldn't bring it up. I think I just know that there's a good time to talk about it, and there's also questions to ask if I see something that might lead him to, want to talk about it. So I think I have a pretty good grasp on it. Look, on the inside, when they're struggling, it's always very difficult as a dad to watch your kids not have the success that they'd like to have. But I think at least having played a long time, I have a pretty good know-how of how to approach talking about the game in the right way and when not to, and how to do it in a positive frame of mind and while not forgetting how hard the game is. I think sometimes the further you get away, the more you forget how hard it is. I think I appreciate how hard it is, maybe more so even now than ever before, just because I see how difficult the pitching is and just the game has evolved and how you get two at bats off the starter and then you're facing matchups the rest of the game. So it's harder now than it's ever been to hit, and I respect that and want to make sure that I don't ever, not appreciate the difficulty of baseball.
I imagine there's considerable pressure on both your boys as early first-round draft picks with franchises and the fan bases who want them to be stars immediately.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's part of it. That's part of the deal. When you get drafted and when you play pro sports, there's expectations and there's, that comes with it. So I think that hopefully we've raised them to properly deal with all the things that come with pro sports and how to use that and to be able to process things and to make sure that keep things in the right perspective. And so I think that's absolutely true, and that's part of it, like I said. And so I'm hoping that we've instilled the right things into them to where it can be managed and successful at doing it.
In terms of immediate, feedback in the aftermath of a game, I'm remembering a Jason Worth quote. He said the Phillies had an analytics department, and I guess they would meet with the players after the game, or they'd give them a notepad or whatever it was. And he said he struck out in the ninth with a runner on, and they were down by 3 or 2 or whatever. And he said, the analytics guy said, yeah, in that situation there, you probably should have hit a homer. And Jason Worth said, you think? You think? So in your career, analytics sort of emerged, or the version of it, where Tony said they always had analytics. It was the Duncan phone book that he carried around. But how often does the analytics department do the coaches hand you data? Did anybody ever sit there with you and say, hey, Matt, I wanted to go over some StatCast with you?
No, I mean, I think that was a lot like what Tony said. I mean, we had scouting reports and we had tendencies and we had, hey, this pitcher likes to use this pitch, in this situation. We did a lot of the scouting and the evaluation of what we were trying to do each game ourselves. I think a lot of guys, particularly in my time in St. Louis, we had a lot of guys that took pride in doing their own study and skill of maybe scout of each pitcher and the relief pitchers, what they might do on our own. So it's certainly come a long ways as far as what their information that they're getting and how they're getting it. It's changed quite a bit. But I like Tony said, I mean, we had a lot of the data as far as spray charts and pitch charts and what the guy was throwing, what umpires like to call. We had a lot of that stuff. I mean, certainly it's a lot more accessible and maybe a little bit more precise these days with computers and all the programming now that they have, that each team seemingly has their own program with how they evaluate players and the data and, swing decisions and contact rates inside and outside strike zones and all the things that maybe we didn't think about. It was a little bit more general, and maybe how we talked about spin rates and sweepers and, all the things now. We probably described them differently and maybe interacted with each other differently based on verbiage and a lot of the information now. But we certainly, there was guys throwing hybrid breaking balls that now they call sweepers that we would call slurves, or, that slider has a little bit more tilt, or, his fastball has ride up in the zone. It plays harder. Just the quantifiable data now is picked up with a machine, where back in the day it was more of us just, sort of doing it with our eyes and then our mouth with each other.
I think one upside for sure could be, let's say you're in a terrible slump, you're 1 for 30 or whatever, but if the data shows your exit velocity or like that you're all over it, and you might know it, hey, I've been hitting it right on the nose, but I would think that could help some players who are in the tank, and then they can look at data and says it's about to turn.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the things that, even in experience, Jackson, a little bit of time in the minor leagues and how they decide if you had a good day. It's not always on hits. Are you just swinging at the right pitches? They score them on pitch decisions, right? So if you're swinging at the right pitch consistently, eventually you're probably going to get the results you're looking for. And so I do think that, like you said, there's we back in the day, me, myself, in the minor leagues, like I was based solely on how many hits I had that night was how I decided whether or not it was a good game. And I could have hit 3-line drives and went 0 for 4 and, probably was looking for a way to adjust my stance because I didn't have the results that I was looking for. Where I think they do a better job of giving these guys things to hang their hat on and even, launch angle and they have all these, even swing, how your angle of your bat is coming through the strike zone. And, they have all these 3D images of your swing. And so the data has come a long ways. And there are ways that you can feel like you're doing better maybe than the numbers suggest, which I think is always a positive for hitters just because there's so much failure involved and there's so much luck involved. And I think there is better numbers now that you can kind of hang your hat on.
Matt Holliday, Cardinal Hall of Famer with us. Sometimes we just call him derisively Red Jacket. We've told the listeners they could text in for better or worse. Matt, tell your son not to ruin my parlays. Apparently, Jackson did that to one of our listeners here. That's the downside, I guess.
I'll talk to him, yeah.
Okay. Illini Lance says, I remember as a kid watching Holliday break a bat without using his knee, thinking that was the coolest thing ever. That's our Chris Farley question. You remember that time you broke a bat without using your knee?
I had surely a lot of frustrating bat slams. I mean, that was, I don't know that there was only once. I probably did that a few times. I certainly had a frustration. I don't want to call it an anger issue, but I had a frustration issue at times.
Did it really hurt when you would snap a bat over the leg? Like, I guess with the adrenaline pumping, but like about 5 minutes after, you're like, man, I wish I didn't do that.
No, I was more of a slam it on the ground and watch it just.
Seems smarter.
Yeah, I think, I was always a little nervous that if you go for the quad/knee and it doesn't break, that's like probably one of the more embarrassing things that can go wrong.
Yeah, you've seen that a couple of times from guys.
Yeah.
They keep doing it too, like they keep hammering on it.
Yeah, I think Carlos Gomez, I remember once. Yeah,
Carlos.
He went back for maybe 2 or 3 shots at it. Once you don't get it on the first one, I mean, the attempt is over. And, it transitioned to the maple bats, and I think, the old ash bats, I think, was a little more forgiving for this kind of endeavor. Once we went maple, I was always a little nervous that there could be, if it doesn't go, it's like, wow, that was embarrassing. So I would go with the ground slam.
There you go for the kids listening out there. There's a recommendation. True quote, try and hit the player in the face. Matt Holliday. They're attributing. Is that a quote you had?
Well, I mean, I think Jackson might have mentioned, like, talking to him about like an approach at the plate. Like sometimes you overthink your mechanics, or you're coming off the ball, or you're, whatever mechanical thing you might be struggling with. A lot of times those things are fixable pretty quickly by trying to hit a line drive up the middle, or, whatever your choice of verbiage is. A lot of times it'd be like hit a line drive off the pitcher's cap, or hit a ball over the batter's eye. I think depending on what you feel like your flaw might be, sometimes you can fix those things with a simple thought as opposed to sort of a mechanical overhaul. So I think they might be referencing that Jackson said that's my go-to when he's struggling, is to try to hit a line drive off the pitcher, and a lot of times that'll clean up his direction.
Well, with all the information out there available for a hitter, does it ever get to be too much? When I would think that if you're facing a pitcher throwing 97, 98 miles an hour, you pretty much have to look for the fastball all the time, or he's just going to throw it past you.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's definitely an information overload at times. And, as much as, a lot of these guys, particularly like when I'm talking about, Jackson and some of the younger players on the Orioles, they're used to a lot of this information. So they're used to having percentages, and this guy throws this pitch for this percentage. And so they're more used to it maybe than I ever was. But I do think, Doug, that there is a element of, hey, be ready for the fastball. If he makes a mistake with an off speed, you should be in a good position to hit it if you're not overly sold to trying to pull the fastball. And so I do think, when push comes to shove, going back to a very general approach of being ready to hit the fastball in the middle of the field is always the best approach. Now, like the guy last night that Jackson hit the double off of, he throws his slider 80% of the time. And so you start running into percentages like that, you can start to maybe visualize more of a slider strike than worried about his 97-mile-an-hour fastball, which is crazy to say, but that guy does throw. He has, I don't know what his I think his slider's in the 3,000 spin rate area, and so he's got this incredible slider. So there's obviously outliers where you can take a shot sitting off speed that the percentages will tell you is a good play, but I think in general you never want to come off the heater.
Somebody was asking your favorite food places in Baltimore. Have you been there enough that you have go-to spots?
Yes, but we don't venture outside kind of the downtown area. We stay at the same hotel, and we kind of stay in the same vicinity, and we eat, there's a couple Tagliattis. There's an Italian place that is close by that we've eaten at a few times, and then there's a couple restaurants right down by the hotel that are good. I can't think of their names off the top of my head, but the Italian place, Tagliatti's, is I think that's what it's called, is a really good place.
Have you done the water taxis yet? You go out to Fort McHenry, and I think that's where they wrote the Star Spangled Banner, I think, maybe, Jackson?
I've not done that. But that sounds amazing. So maybe next time.
Why are you so un-American, Matt? Jeez,
Well, the guy was in the boat when he wrote the Star Spangled Banner, watching the battle at Fort McKernan.
At Fort McKernan. Okay, Doug, the local historian here. One-ups my knowledge.
Yeah,
Jeez.
he's a buff.
Happy to help.
Wow. Camden Yards as a player, I'm sure you'd been there a handful of times, but is that park, like as fans, we always talk about it. Do you think the fan ratings of parks, I love going to Wrigley or wherever, is it different from a player's perspective?
I think a lot of times it's similar. I mean, I think as players, you enjoy a good environment, just like a fan. I mean, certainly there's amenities that, like the locker room and batting case situation at Wrigley Field for a long time was horrible. But once you got on the field for the game, it was great. I mean, it's like a Cardinals-Cubs game on a Saturday in June. When the weather's perfect is tough to beat. But, there's always amenity area, that might affect our view of a park that the fans don't really know or see. But I think when you're talking about environment and sight lines or aesthetically, as far as viewing a game, I think most of the time it's pretty spot on with how we feel as players. But the only caveat being that we have hours in the stadium, in the locker room, cage, weight room area that we prefer, some over others that maybe the fans have no idea about. But that doesn't necessarily affect, the game on the field.
Yeah, I think Cards, Cubs, Wrigley, if you're a fan, it's so much fun. And then if you're there as a player or media, they leave the dugout and you immediately go up like several flights of steps into like the smallest lot. I think it's better now, but it was pretty brutal.
Same with Dodger Stadium. They've corrected and Fenway Park. They've corrected a lot of those old stadium nuances where you're like, man, it's awesome to be on Fenway Park, but then we walk through the fans to go back to the clubhouse, and in 13 when we lost the World Series, we had to wait until the fans cleared out because we literally had no way of getting to the bus or getting back to the hotel without literally walking through the fans/field to get to our bus. So we were stuck, basically in the clubhouse for 2 to 3 hours while the fans celebrated at Fenway Park. So, those are things that are kind of cool, little nuances, but also very, at times, inconvenient.
Now you're getting recommendations. Matt needs to go to Azumi on the water in the Inner Harbor.
Yeah. I've been there.
Oh, sweet Kai, who Jackson's buddy, who lives in Cape Cod, telling you, and you've been there. Fantastic Asian food. Do folks in Baltimore recognize you, Matt?
Yeah, I think some. Ethan, now he's out on his own, but the last couple of years when we've been in town in Baltimore, Ethan and I take scooters from the hotel to the stadium and watch BP, and then we scooter back to the hotel. And so a lot of times they recognize us, but by the time they recognize us, we're gone and past them. And so yeah, occasionally, when especially when I'm scootering around town with Ethan, we get recognized. But it's always cool to it's mostly just diehard baseball fans that want a picture or an autograph, and so it's good. I mean, it's not overly over the top, but it's yeah.
Ask Matt who his favorite son is. I think that's a great question.
Yeah, that's fair. Certainly
if you're
a fair
ever going to clear the air, this is.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tie. I mean, it's a three-way tie.
So tie for first. Skipper tied for first. Have the Hollidays and Chucks ever met? Former St. Louis players who have 2 elite sons in the pros. Have you guys met?
Yeah, Chris Karp was really close with Keith. So I haven't talked to Keith in a long time, and but we had dinner or hung out at Chris Karp's a couple times together when all of our boys were much younger. So I did know him a little bit when I played in St. Louis, and have obviously kept up with how much success they've had, and it's been fun to watch. Obviously, St. Louis kind of kids, and they've had tremendous success. So yeah.
Somebody else wanted your take. We just had Adam Wainwright earlier in the show talking about the impending lockout, and he's pretty dug in on, and I would think that's a fair way to phrase it, just the whole idea that there could be a salary cap. I think we've talked to you about that before, but somebody said, what's Matt's take? I think people are just sort of now hearing that it's inevitable. There'll be a lockout in 2027. even though that's a long way off. And you have players now in the game. What do you have a thought on what is it possible they could potentially hammer something out?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I mean, there's always this. I mean, there's this rhetoric, maybe a little bit more now with the salary cap more than previously. But, I mean, I remember even playing, almost like a year previously, everybody's bracing for cover on a lockout or a strike or whatever, is coming, doom and gloom. And, we've really not missed a ton of time over the last 30 years. I think here and there, obviously, there's been a little bit of, missed time, but I'm always optimistic that there's too much money to be made on both sides. The franchise values continue to skyrocket. The teams continue to sell for record-setting, prices. And if it wasn't good business to own a team, these people wouldn't be lining up to buy them, paying billions of dollars. So I'm always optimistic that there's too much money to be made. And look, I mean, the salary cap, the players have fought like crazy. We gave them, what this is, what it currently is, where there's a punishment and you get taxed and luxury tax, which basically acts as a cap. If, owners don't want to be taxed, they don't spend more than the cap. And then you have owners that don't care, that just want to win, which I think is healthy. But I think that, you start talking about a floor, and then you start talking about, okay, well, what about all these teams that don't spend any money? And, they're taking money out of the players' pockets too by having $1 billion franchise, but yet their payroll is horribly low. And so I think that there's always give and take and, points to be made on both sides about, all in all, the industry is very healthy, very lucrative. And so I'm always optimistic that at some point cooler heads will prevail and people will get in the room and figure it out.
Matt, what's better, talking hitting with your professional sons or talking hitting with some guys that got cut from CYC baseball? Mm-hmm. That's fair.
Who got cut from CYC?
I don't know. Tim's had a lot of stories where he didn't quite make it. Yeah. And now Doug played. Did you play at Mizzou? A little bit of baseball?
One, like half a year at Mizzou, 2 years at Merrimack Junior.
That counts. That's not CYC cut.
Yeah,
no. CYC, you write the check, you're in.
You write the check.
Yeah.
That's how it is now with all these select teams.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think equal fun. I just love to talk hitting, and when I get a chance to talk it with a couple of CYC former alums, I think I jump on it just like I do the boys. But I mean, certainly they have a little bit maybe better opportunity to apply the talk than you guys do at this point. But whatever, it's still great.
CYC alums, I think we got. Who's your cutest teammate ever? Now again, the text line is undefeated when it comes to being weird. That is undefeated, I would say.
Cutest teammate?
That was the question.
Yeah, that was the question.
To know.
I mean, we had a lot of tied for first today, so we can have a.
Yeah. Look, I'm going to need a little bit more.
Yeah, we can revisit.
You want to give a good answer.
We
want to think this through.
Jackson had his.
Vague, very vague question.
Yeah,
be the lead on ESPN tonight, National Matt Holliday. I think somebody's cute.
You don't.
I'm going to pass.
It's okay.
Yep.
Yeah, we had Ollie read the text line. Well, we didn't recommend it. It was his idea. He loves it.
It's free training. Yeah.
Oh, my God. He loves engaging with the fans. And the first thing that pops up is says, this guy's cute as a button. And I'm like,
yeah. Hey, look, it's hard to disagree. Ollie's got some cute characteristics. I agree with that.
There you go.
Some guys talking about fries.
Yeah, that was Ollie reading the text line as well. Matt, hope you're on the mend as we continue to talk to you weekly here. And again, congrats to Jackson Holliday. A lot of fun last night as the O's walked it off at Camden Yards. Matt, talk to you next week.
Yeah, where's Tim at? Tim taking a vacation or what's the deal?
He actually had some event with his son, so he had an excused absence this time.
I promote that. Yeah. All right. Well, good luck. I feel like you guys carrying the show is probably a little daunting, but
yes, it is.
We're trying our best.
We were just
talk a lot of CYC sports. We'll get through it.
Yeah, we're spinning our wheels.
We're kind of pitch to contact guys. We're just trying to put it in play.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hit it where they ain't.
Hit it where they ain't. All right, thanks,
good.
Matt.
All right, we'll talk to y'all next week.
All right, thank you.
Matt Holliday taking your questions as well from the text line. I think it was a pretty healthy conversation there. Thanks to the texters. Somebody said stop reading the same 5 nitwits.
Yeah.
I do try and peruse. It's unbelievable. maybe
You
I can
can't
just
win. No matter what you do, you can't win. Understand
I'm
that.
not worried about that as much as I don't think people understand the volume. So I'll see something, and then I look back, and there's already 30 new ones, so I lost track.
Yeah. Thanks to our friends at Trading Card Market for presenting Matt Holliday every week.
Yeah,
Great guys over there.
Matt is with us weekly.
Probably get a pretty sweet Jackson Holliday card. Little rookie
I
card.
like that.
Yeah.
We got a great sponsor, and then Matt continues to do great work with Cardinal Glen. I love the fact he hadn't played here in 10 years, almost.
Yeah.
Still on the billboard, still when he's in town. He and Leslie are always down at Cardinal Glen. So, love Matt Holliday. Thanks for hopping on. This is TMA. It's brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. We're in the 9 o'clock hour. I don't know if people have clocks anymore.
Yeah, Mark Hanna, 9 o'clock hour.
How about that? We're going to talk some Stifel with our friends who bring you the Stifel dossier. That's next. Hey, you never know who's listening. Cousin Nick, listening to the Matt Holliday interview, said, by the way, no one's lining up to buy the Twins. When Matt Holliday's talking about people lining up to buy pro sports teams. Cousin Nick, listening via the app. You can listen all around town here on 101 ESPN, the morning after, 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. And right now in studio, sponsor of the Stifel dossier and the head of Stifel, Ron Kruszewski. Boy, I said it the whole time.
Yeah, well, you practiced
Gosh,
and
we
everything.
had it all.
Kruszewski.
We've been saying it all day. Delete that. Welcome back. Ron Kruszewski is here, or as LaRussa just called him that one night. Yeah, man, Ron K's here. Ron, thanks for being here. How are you?
Glad to be here.
The name has been butchered how many thousands of times in your life?
You know, it took me almost 40 years to pronounce my own name, so don't worry. You know, I did. And that in Stifel's been Stifel for 28 years.
Doug always talks about that.
Yeah, you got to get it. We're getting it right now, though.
It is Stifel. They do bring you the dossier. And I mentioned this earlier. Stifel is on the Blues helmet. They're on the Cardinals jersey.
Blue sweater.
Blue sweater.
Yeah.
We got a lot of deleting. Let's start this all over again, Jackson. The entire, but the Stifel name is all over town. But I think being on the TMA dossier, is that number one? Is that safe to say? Probably here at the show.
Look, we're supporting sports all over the town. We do the theater. We're on the Cardinals jersey. We're on the Blues jersey. We're U.S. It's the Stifel U.S. ski team. You want to talk about a big year? We're going to talk about skiing in an Olympic year. There'll be more gold medals won in the U.S. ski team than any other team. I'll have to get some of those athletes to come and talk to you.
Nice. And then the Charity Classic is just around the corner. The Stifel Charity Classic. You guys stepped in. It had been Ascension for a number of years. Tell us about that commitment to continue to bring a major golf event to St. Louis.
Well, look, we all know St. Louis loves golf. It really comes out for golf. And so when we had the opportunity to take over for Ascension, who did a great job to bring the tournament here, it was a no-brainer for us. And so we've just decided we're going to amp it up a little bit. I'll tell you that. And it's the week after Labor Day. So it's Tuesday through Sunday. And I can tell you a little bit about it. It's there's going to be a few new things this year.
All right, what do you got? We like surprises on this show. What do you got?
Well, first of all, to me, success will be people showing up. And so we've really got ticket sales are up 4 times. And so there's going to be people out there. If your kids are under 16, they get in free. We have a kids zone where they're going to be doing face painting and juggling and magic show pop-ups, which is going to be pretty neat for the kids. We put a Stifel bull pen out on 17. It's going to be like Waste Management, a little rowdy.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I'm not sure the pros are going to like that, but too bad.
They tend to be pretty laid back at this point in their career.
I think so. So
wow, rowdy. I like that.
Yeah. So, and on Friday, we have OAR as a concert. It'll be at 5 o'clock. So that's part of your grounds ticket on Friday. So come out. Enjoy some golf and then enjoy some music. So it's going to be quite the event.
You a golfer yourself?
Oh yeah,
scratch golfer.
I wouldn't say I'm a scratch golfer, but my friends accuse me of playing my handicap well.
Oh, sandbagger.
You got a sandbagger in studio. Doug, carefully sponsors the dossier.
That's right.
How about the concert idea? Where does that idea come from?
Yeah, well, we just were trying to think about things that could give people a reason to come out. And, golf it's fun to watch, but you can walk around and do other things. And a concert was a good idea. Some other places have done it. It's been a big success. It's going to be a huge success here.
And it is StifelCharityClassic.com. Get the tickets. We're talking about the first week in September and covering this event, going to this event in recent years. What always stood out to me is every group that walks down and they're holding up their score sign, and you're like, oh, wow, that's Justin Leonard. Oh, it's Padraig Harrington. It's unbelievable, the name recognition. If you've followed golf or watched even loosely, I feel like for the last 30 years, you'll know 1 or 2 golfers in every group.
Well, that's the beauty of the Champions Tour. We all know these are they've got over 50, but these guys still can play golf. Yang won last year. He's coming back. Stuart Sink will be here. Bernard Longer, Justin Leonard, Ernie Els. We all know these names, I'm working on Daly. He's always he comes in.
He doesn't like to commit too early, does he?
Yeah, you got to love that about him, right?
He'd be fun. He'd be a huge hit here, wouldn't he?
Are you kidding? He is a huge hit wherever he goes, but they really love him here.
A couple of years ago, he went over to the Lutheran North football field and started kicking field goals. He left the fairway and started kicking field goals barefoot and making them from like 50 yards.
My favorite story of John is he in the PGA in 2018, I had a little get-together, and at about 3 o'clock in the morning, I put my arm around him. I said, John, you don't have to go home. You just can't stay here. He was the last one to leave the party.
Went out and shot par.
He actually was on the leaderboard the next day.
Really?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
A couple of years, maybe 2 years ago when the Cardinals were struggling, we did an interview, and he said, "You going to ask me about the Cardinals?" And I said, "Sure." And he said, "Good. I got some thoughts." And he was mad at Holly, and he was mad at the bullpen. And I said, he's invested in his Cardinal fandom.
Hey, quite a Cards fan.
Yeah.
Quite a Cards fan.
All right, so this is all coming up first week of September. So the action is Friday, Saturday, Sunday, but then there's practice rounds, and really they have a chance. Norwood Hills, a beautiful setting as well.
We got a couple. We have 2 pro-ams. We have one Wednesday and Thursday. So to the golfers out there, we have a couple of pro-ams still open. And I'm going to tell you what we're doing different on the pro-am, and I think that people should want to do this. Normally when you go to a pro-am, the sponsors take all the best players, and, you sit there and you say, oh, Ron, how did you get John Daly? Oh, yeah, it was luck. No, in our this pro-am, it's going to be a random draw. Everyone will have the same opportunity to get the pros, me included. Okay, I want it to be you come up, you hit a button, and you get a pro. So this will be fun, and they got away from that. The sponsors take too many of the good players. We're not going to do that.
Nice.
Be a little democratic here.
And so some spots still open in the Pro-Am front, right? Which is a ton of fun because then you play the 18 holes. We mentioned all these names, these great golfers, or Steve Stricker or Justin Lair, whatever. And then by the end of the 18 holes, you really know their whole story.
Well, you realize how good they are.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, for sure.
StifelCharityClassic.com. So the Cardinals and the Blues. When did you kind of lean into like these St. Louis brands?
I became CEO back in '97, and I started leaning in. It was sports immediately. Of course, we were a little company, so my first lean in was just to buy a ticket, which was pretty expensive for the company back then. But we are Stifel has been in St. Louis since 1890. It's one of the oldest companies based and founded in St. Louis.
And still on the same street, right?
It is. That's good that you know that. It was founded on Broadway. It's amazing, isn't it? It's still on Broadway in downtown St. Louis. And for us, this community is defined by great people, great arts. You've got the zoo. You've got so many things you can do here. But what a sports town! And so for us to do the Stifel Charity Classic, the Blues, the Cardinals, and all of that, it's really pretty much a no-brainer for us.
You said you've been CEO since '97. That's a long run, isn't it? 28 years?
I started when I was 18, so I just want you guys to,
You must have got the job when you were a young man still.
I did. I'm still a young man.
Well, yeah, that's what I meant.
Right.
That's careful, Doug. I mispronounce his name. Now you're bringing up his age.
Well, I'm just saying, you must have been 30 years old when you got the job.
Kid.
Still an outstanding head of hair.
There you go.
Yes.
You can't worse it. I'm not on television. I got hair.
It's on the YouTube right now. You can watch us on the YouTube chat, the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. We've got the videos. Ron Kruszewski is the boss at Stifel. They bring you the Stifel Charity Classic, the Dossier Weekly, a daily here on this show, but also with the Blues, the Cardinals, the Opera House, which is a beautiful place, the Stifel. If you've not been there in a long time, it's a great venue. That's where the LaRusse event was, and that's where Coach K was at the mic that night as well. Ron, thanks so much for stopping by.
Thank you. And St. Louis, let's come out. Let's show these pros that this is a golf town. Thank you very much.
It's a great event. We'll see everybody out there at the Stifel Charity Classic. This is TMA, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen.
Thanks, Ron.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Those Bronx Bombers are coming to town, Doug. 7:15 first pitch tomorrow evening. Andre Palante on the mound for your St. Louis Cardinals. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me? Cardinal center fielder right here.
Was it Argo?
New album. He dropped a new album August 6th. Surprised I haven't played a song from it yet. I legit listened to Victor Scott. I think he's really good.
Vic Scott, friend of the show. He was on with us earlier in the year, and then like a month later, I asked Cardinals PR, I said, hey, see if he wants to hop on again. And he said, didn't I already do that show?
Oh, just one-shot deal.
So then, Doug, I'm thinking maybe not friend of the show.
Maybe not. He must
maybe
not
a previous guest.
Mm-hmm.
But what if like we had him on exclusively as like a musical artist? Like we didn't talk any baseball. Maybe he'd be more into
Tell him we don't really talk baseball anyway. Maybe that's a good thing. Cards drop the series to the Rockies, the season series. Colorado takes 4 out of 6 some way, somehow. And you see Austin Gomber, and you're like, you got to tee him up. They did get 5 runs, 9 hits off him. Jojo Romero, blown save at the 9th. Cards lose 6-5. Off today. Yankees here over the weekend. Cardinals 61 and 61. So the Fangraphs, I think, was 76 or 77. So you're still in pretty good shape, Doug. Is that a mantra, a fight song in the clubhouse? You think we can outdo what Fangraphs? The expectation level was they would be a sub-500 team, and they've got a chance to outdo that. Does that excite you? No.
I'm quite sure that they haven't thrown in the towel at all. It's easy for the fans to throw in the towel. It's not so easy for the players. We've still got to come out there every day, spend 5 hours at the park, get ready for the game, go through the meetings, take their batting practice. They're ready to go.
Yeah.
Four out with 40 to play. You don't give up at that point.
Well, look at that. I mean, even in we're being sarcastic often, but the Rockies went into that game yesterday 57 games below 500. Talk about demoralizing.
So that's a tough team to beat. They were due.
They were due. The due factor. You can't lose them all, I believe was our phrase the other day. It used to be you can't win them all. Now you can't. The Rockies can't lose them all.
Can't lose them all.
But that Hunter Goodman, man, he can hit. And he was off the bench, pinch hit, 2-run home run. Deflating loss for the Cardinals for sure. But there's other teams that are in the free fall. The Mets have lost 8 out of 10. I mean, they're down to, 8 games over at this point. And leaving, that's the only reason that third wild card's even in discussion. I said it a while ago. It's Phillies, Mets, Brewers, Cubs, Padres, Dodgers. I think still barring an upset, those are going to be your 6 playoff teams. Although I guess the Mets could continue the free fall, which to me, Doug, is a clearing the deck question. What New York team has more pressure on them right now, the Mets or the Yankees?
Yankees.
Really? Is that always the answer just because of the Yankees?
I guess it's the Yankees. I mean, the Mets haven't won a World Series since 1986. So at this point, it's like pretty bleak, whereas the Yankees...
They went last year.
Yeah.
But they didn't win. And that's all that matters,
and
right?
You didn't get Soto. Soto chose to go across town,
But doesn't that put more pressure on the Mets because they have Soto? Or you're saying it's on the Yankees because they let him go?
Because the Yankees have 27 championships, and they like to flex that, but haven't won since 2009, despite having some great teams and obviously great players. I think that's always going to be the Yankees.
I think it's probably always the Yankees, too.
Yeah, I just think in general.
Yeah.
Even with the Mets spending like
I get the context of it this year is, I would probably say, is the most equal it's ever been with how much money they've spent over the past couple of years, not just on Juan Soto, but over the last 4 or 5 years. It's a good question.
Thank you. That's it's a candidate for clearing the deck.
But I think like on a year-to-year basis, like would you say like the Jets or Giants have more pressure? Probably the Jets, which flies in the face of my argument on the Yankees, because the Giants have won more.
Jets, there's like low expectations, isn't there? They're like
right. That's why I think the Mets
I think there's less expectations, so there's less pressure on the Jets.
What do you think the combined payroll is coming out of the 2 New York baseball teams?
Holy
for 2025?
Yeah.
So the over-under's got to be like $700 million.
I would take the way over on that.
Way over.
No, maybe not way.
I don't know. They don't have payrolls of $350 million, do they?
I think the Mets are pretty close, if not right there.
Let me just ask Kurt, is that a good over-under?
Yeah, you're in the ballpark.
Okay.
Huh.
It's either right below that
I'll
or
go
right.
745.
745.
718.
I'll say 719.
Oh, God.
637.
Okay.
Yeah, I
A little
thought that
high.
seemed a little
You were right, Doug. You should have gone lower.
See, I should have. Seemed a little high to me. Gosh. That's a lot of cash. You can see why everybody else wants to play there.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you?
$323 million payroll for the Mets, $293 for the Yankees.
And what's the lowest in the league? You got all those right there.
Why don't you vamp for a second?
Well, I mean, the Marlins, the A's,
Probably the A's or Pirates.
probably,
maybe?
and they spend about $70 million. Nowadays, it's hard not to spend at least 80.
Yeah.
One guy makes 10, the other guy makes 1, 2, 3, 4. I'd say the lowest payroll is around 60 million-ish. Marlins or A's.
Marlins, 67.
See, that's like the fact that the Mets spend $323 million and the Marlins spend 60.
And the Marlins are still somewhat competitive.
Yeah,
a little bit.
And it's what Doug said earlier, that the game needs fixing when we talk about the potential lockout, which Adam Wainwright addressed, then Matt Holliday followed up on in subsequent interviews here about players never willing to budge on having a salary cap. And you look at, well, they've got all this money. Yeah, but they don't have it over there. But they've got all this money. And the argument is that they don't all have the same amount of money. But there was another text that said record revenues for MLB a year ago. This is what Wainwright, Holliday, all these guys will say. They got plenty of money. There's plenty of money coming in. But why are we allowing teams then, if there's so much money coming in, why are we allowing the Marlins and the A's to just flounder?
Yeah, and is it just those big market teams that are enjoying the record revenues?
Right. No,
I don't imagine in Pittsburgh and Miami we're seeing a whole lot of difference in the revenue coming in.
Right.
It's still probably pretty flat.
So do the A's get to Vegas and become a bigger market team? All of a sudden, cash is flying in. Do the A's just start spending?
I think they're going to spend.
And I think it'd be a destination. You see that with hockey. People want to go. Players want to go there.
Yeah, I think that they're going to spend.
Wouldn't it be weird if the A's became kind of like a big market-ish team and like just spent like crazy?
Well, I mean, we saw what happened with the LA when the Rams moved to LA. They went
Suddenly
from
they cared?
Yeah, went from drafting,
But Vegas is a small market. I don't think it's going to happen for the A's. I think they'll be better off than where they were.
I mean, I'm not comparing
It's
them
a
to the
smaller
Yankees.
market that's in a very attractive market, though.
It is, but a lot of the money comes from local media, and they're not going to get anywhere close to New York or Philadelphia or Chicago local media money.
Right.
They'll get the split of the national money like everybody else.
Yeah.
And I don't know that I think it's kind of one thing to go to Vegas and hit a 2.5-hour hockey game that's right there on the strip. It might be another to sit through a baseball game for
Agree.
81 times.
I'm curious to see
Do they
what
got a dome? We should know this. I was just
it's going to have to be a retractable roof.
Blazes out
I would
there.
have to think it'll be a
106 in Vegas today.
It's not too far from that here. Tomorrow, I think it's supposed to get to 100, isn't it?
How about that?
Yeah.
We're just like Vegas.
Yeah.
Think about it.
Some of the downtown areas, you can't tell one from the other.
I got a high of 93 tomorrow.
Oh,
All right, what do you got? What do you got, Jackie? KG, what do you got on new stadium, the A's Vegas Stadium? It has to
I've
be.
seen a rendering.
Doesn't it have to be?
A lot of glass, it looks like.
That's fine, but is there a roof is what I'm going for. Is there a... Doug's all about the domes.
Retractable. We've had some horrible weather for baseball in St. Louis this year.
Rained a ton, too.
If it's not...
Flooded the dugout the other
too
night.
hot, it's raining. They've had like 5 double headers already.
Those poor grounds crew guys were just like shoveling water out of the
It's been a rough year for
batting cages.
I don't know. This article is a little dated, but it says the architect whose firm designed the 33,000-seat ballpark described its non-retractable roof as a, quote, spherical armadillo.
A what?
Okay.
I'll say that again. Spherical armadillo.
But you said a non-retractable
That's the way it's listed
roof.
here.
Does that mean...
Here's a rendering. This is great for radio, but...
Yeah.
So it's a roof,
So
but
there's
it's
like
kind of like
kind of a roof?
see-through. It's like a see-through roof.
It looks like Rogers Center if they didn't have a retractable roof.
It's described as kind of akin to Australia's Sydney Opera House in terms of the way it's built.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
it's
can
like
see
the
that.
Sydney Opera House.
Yeah. Let's do a remote from the Sydney Opera House. What time do we have to? What really?
Mm-hmm.
Is it awesome?
I was too young to really remember. I don't think I went in. But Sydney was a fun town.
What time would we start if we did a
Well, it's
remote in
already Friday
Australia?
afternoon.
I know. I was
so
going to
never
say.
mind. The week's over. Forget it. So it looks like they're going to have a roof, which makes sense, but that it's going to be sort of a glass roof.
You'd have to have that. You'd have to.
It's midnight 54 in Sydney, Australia.
Tomorrow.
So, yeah, tomorrow. So we would have to start the show at what? 10 p.m. local?
I'm down. I don't really have much going on.
Yeah. Okay.
So next week, Matt, holiday question. We didn't get to favorite underwear. Cutest teammate he didn't really see.
I wanted to ask him his favorite movie set in Oklahoma.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
Well, I think it's a good
How
question.
many of them have there been?
What would be the
Pretty
Mount
decent
Rushmore?
amount. Where the Red Fern Grows, Twister, the movie Oklahoma.
I don't think he's going to be too versed. So you're going to have
Thelma
to
and
give him
Louise.
the
He's probably
list.
seen Twister.
Yeah, but he may not even know what's been filmed in Oklahoma.
I have a list.
Okay, so I'm saying you would probably have to help him out a little
I'd
bit.
try my best.
Multiple choice.
Yeah.
But next week, I'm going to ask him, would players want to go to Vegas? And the answer is probably, what does it pay? Right?
Yeah. Well, they were talking about in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. I saw them during the holiday interview. For whatever reason, they were debating their favorite Boston movies. They said, let's get into Oklahoma, where
Hold on, they
our
decided
guest
to
is from.
discuss their favorite Boston movie.
Because of the chairman's
They were
hat.
ripping on my hat.
Yeah. But shout out to the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
I think Nevada's a no state income tax state,
There you
too.
go.
So there's
Is
another big reason why you'd want to play there. I would think a ton of players would want to play there. If you're 25 years old and single and you're going to be based in Vegas, sure, sign me up.
Is the NBA looking to go there?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I would have thought so.
And within the decade, if not earlier.
Expansion
they'll be,
relocation?
they'll expand to Seattle and Vegas.
Which will cost what? That's the great debate. So the NBA is about to just, first of all, they make a ton on their rights deals.
5 or 6 bills.
So all of a sudden, you do expand to Seattle, Vegas, you're cashing another $10 billion as owners.
Yeah, I would think. But they already have buildings. You know, they already have stadiums. So it's not like they'd have to build new stadiums for those towns.
The Key Center.
In Seattle
Probably
and
needs a
then
little
T-Mobile and Vegas.
The NBA, would it work here?
Boy.
Guys, the
Tim
owners
leaves for an hour.
Tim's like, what do you guys talk about? Would the NBA work? And then we did favorite fry.
We didn't even realize we were doing it. It just happened.
The owners are going to have to open their books. That's a huge starting point in negotiations, talking about MLB. Otherwise, everything is conjecture on how much money they make or don't make. I agree with that. I have a feeling if the owners present some sort of spreadsheet, then the players union will say these are cooked or fraudulent.
I mean, we just heard Adam Wainwright say it. Like, it's just a non-starter. Like, no matter what way you're going to slice it up.
Well, before you say salary cap, say here's our revenue and here's what we've made, what we've lost. Now, the argument would be all of these teams that do have, like the Cardinals have Ballpark Village, the Braves have their thing next door that are new. The Cubs have a version of that the owners own for that team that are also just, is that money separate? That's not part of it, right? Okay, well, then the players union say, well, it's kind of related.
Right, but where would that place be without the stadium? There,
Correct.
You know? Yeah, agreed. Yeah, there's indirect.
Doug is correct. No state withholding in Nevada. That's from the unknown DJ. I got accused of being no read Marlowe earlier. Chuck Marlowe, I guess. Did he never read the text line? That's his moniker.
I like people to not count on me.
When I saw your tweet last night, Martin, saying that Adam Wainwright was going to join us, I read it correctly as Uncle Charlie, but my brain processed it as Charlie Marlowe, and I thought, oh, we're going to talk to Charlie
You
tomorrow.
thought Chuck Marlowe was going to be here instead of a Cardinal legendary pitcher.
Well, you
Good
can't
evening,
count on
sports fans. Doug Vaughn here with your Sportscast. Our top story tonight, John Jay will be back tomorrow. Here's him getting a hit in 2012.
Right.
Oh, you know what? We'll do that tonight. Paula Goldschmidt. So tonight's on the 2 Fox,
yeah.
or when Doug's doing, what shows do you have on Channel 5 tonight? You got the 10
All
and
of
the
them. I got
6
all of them tonight.
All of them.
But
Frank's-
Goldschmidt might not play. They say he's got a sprained knee, and they may put him on the IL.
I was going to go over
Is he on the IL already?
They say they may put him on there.
So can I still pull a clip of him getting a hit for the Cardinals?
Yeah,
A la
absolutely.
John Jay.
Yeah, and at the end, be like, and he will not be playing this weekend.
However,
yeah, right.
because you had it all cooked up, ready to go, and then at the end you said, but he's not actually going to play. Who cares? Let them strike. From the little man in the boat.
Well, there's going to be a lot of that sentiment in St. Louis, I'm afraid.
Oh, let them strike?
Yeah.
Stoppage will be the death of baseball.
I don't
How can they have record revenues if people say that sport's about to die? I think internationally it's huge, like the Otani.
Yeah,
The money they make off of
say
him
that every
alone.
time there's a problem like this. It's to kill the game. It never kills the game.
Yeah.
Now, it could be a part of the chipping away that could hurt the game, but to say it's going to completely torpedo the sport of Major League Baseball, I think is a little ludicrous.
If there is no season in 2027 and 2028 rolls around, they get it solved, you'll be happy to have it back. If your team is good, you'll be excited again, I think, for most people. The overwhelming majority would say, oh, good to have baseball back.
I would have rather had Chuckles Marlowe on. And I don't think that's. I think he's saying instead of Wainwright.
Instead of Waino?
Wow.
I love Chuck.
Thought at first shot at me, and then I realized I think he's saying instead of that Charlie.
Love Chuck, but it's Adam Wainwright.
Martin, why do you hate the YouTube chat? I love the YouTube chat. Brought to you by our friends at Michelob Ultra.
That's right.
Right now, the YouTube chat. Tim McKernan's Meat and Potatoes. I don't know. Martin must have been reading a little to bring up Jake's point like that. Ha.
See, this is the problem.
Let them eat cake. Yeah, the YouTube chat often lacks context, but it is the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. We got the Stifel dossier, and we had Ron Kruszewski. Look at that.
Nailed it. Now
He's not sitting 2 feet away. Ron Kruszewski. Yeah, man. Mr. K in studio. The Stifel dossier. We have the Collier and Thompson phone lines that brought us our guests today, Matt Holliday, Adam Wainwright, and we have the Air Comfort Service text line. That's 399-9646. 314-399-9646. Best way to communicate with the show, even when No Reed Marlowe is here. Who, by the way, we have had a pretty good run of guests on this show. We can't get Chuck Marlowe.
I know. He doesn't like people to count on him.
Clearly. And I guess since we have the AI version where his drops
He's
are
always
constant,
with us.
it's like he's always here.
Yeah.
I will say I've received 3 wonderful haikus for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day.
Have you really?
Yeah.
And you're insisting that all emails be haikus today?
It's not an insisting situation. I would like them to be.
Okay.
So you still
Why
got
would you
about
prepare for a show?
45
I am a
minutes.
winery guy.
Sorry.
He's a winery guy? Go, Chuck. Oh, wow. He was just getting...
People are tired of the cat and his New York values. Let me tell you, there was some coitus. Sure, whatever. Strong call.
Morning,
I'm a
fellas.
solid St. Louis 9.
Okay.
He's still a 9. I'd love to see Charlie Marlowe on, but he probably has a full schedule of helping Lydia Moss Bradley bury all the bodies. That's a callback to
Founder of Bradley University.
Founder of Bradley,
Yeah.
who's been besmirched.
He claims she killed all of her children.
Yeah, but she had all 6 die?
Something like that.
And maybe a husband, too.
And I would point out that happened to many people back then.
Yeah. On Oregon Trail days.
Yeah.
You ever play that? Yeah, you're probably too young for that.
No, I played it a lot.
Computer game?
Yeah, in elementary school.
Dysentery would get you?
Yeah, absolutely. You'd have to fjord a bridge.
What happens when dysentery gets you?
I'm not sure what dysentery is. I feel like it's maybe gastrointestinal.
It's when you don't. Yeah, it's like being in filth, and then you get really sick because of it.
Did you see? I thought of you. I saw an article about some nasty virus people are picking up from getting in Lake of the Ozarks.
Oh yeah, a brain virus from an amoeba that gets in your nose.
Ugh.
But it's extremely rare. One guy got it.
Right.
There's always a patient zero.
Yeah, but it wasn't just Lake of the Ozarks. They say any freshwater lake or river could get
makes
it.
sense. There's always, that's why they're always like, you shouldn't go like skinny dipping in fresh water because there might be something real nasty and it could start crawling.
And hold your nose. You're not supposed to get water in your nose. So that's how it gets in.
Gotcha.
But if you get it, chances are you're going to die.
Ugh. I don't want that.
No.
I also don't want that tick that bites you and then you can be allergic to red meat.
I tell you what, I did that Arkansas trip a couple weekends ago, and I am still battling these
chiggers.
The chiggers got me like the Dickens.
Oh, it's nasty work, man.
Did you wear long pants?
No, I never do.
Oh well, you should.
Next time.
And snake-proof boots.
Guys, the haikus are 1,000% made by AI.
When you hear them, I think you will realize that they were not.
Okay.
Because they're not good enough to be AI?
One might say.
Ballpark Village is owned by the DeWitts, not 100%. They own it 100%. Not all of them are owned by the teams, in other words. I think the Cubs,
Chicago's?
Cubs, I believe they
But the
developed
Braves,
that.
maybe not.
Braves, I'm not sure, but a lot of them have done that. I'm just saying that type of, that's where it gets a little murky.
For sure.
Somebody wanted the backstory on Chuck Marlowe calling, they said Kroenke, professional liar. It was actually Demoff.
Right.
And this is almost
Chiron, right?
almost 10. Yeah, the Chiron when Kevin Demoff was in L.A. This is shortly after the announced move, leaving St. Louis. Charlie Marlowe was doing sports that night, and you type into your computer, Ali Marmol, Cardinals manager, and he put Kevin Demoff, professional liar.
Hell. Did he get in trouble for that?
Yes, he had
Yeah, I thought he
to
might.
apologize for it. And listen, it was wildly popular, and we have talked about this. And even our boss, Audrey, was great about it. She said, you just can't do that, because then what if the morning producer puts up a politician the next day and just puts idiot instead of Democrat New Hampshire, Republican Alaska. Instead of that, just starts. It would be great fun. And it'd be a great show to watch.
It seems like it's about to come to that, though.
I think we're getting close to that now. Charlie was ahead of the curve. Just put whatever you want. And at first, I was kind of annoyed that he had to kind of eat it, because everybody's like, well, screw Demoff. And it wasn't about protecting him. It was a little bit of what is the standard. And you could see where it'd be a little bit of a slippery slope. I'm kind of surprised Rich Gould didn't do that more often. Like, this guy's a bum. And like just under his name.
Bum.
Yes.
I suppose that could get you sued, though.
Probably.
If you're slinging around a bunch of slander.
Frank, how are you today?
There he is. Oh.
His squad's worth $10.4 billion.
I missed this coming out.
And when he left here, the team was worth what?
I think they were
$1 billion?
hovering around $1 billion. Now, part of
Now
it
it's
is
10.
I believe all NFL franchises in the last 10 years have just ballooned.
Yeah.
So even the lowest, and it's a Sportico, I don't have a subscription, so I only saw like the top 5.
Yeah.
But they broke it down.
They undoubtedly made a lot more money moving to LA.
Well, yeah,
No doubt.
if I'm sure the lowest, what are the Cleveland Browns or the Cincinnati Bengals are probably near the bottom,
right?
But probably still valued. NFL franchise, even a lower tiered franchise like that's probably $6 billion.
All 32 teams would be more valuable than the Cardinals.
Baseball Cardinals, yeah, I think for sure. The NFL brand.
Yeah.
So then you factor in the LA market, that stadium.
Right.
You can see where the math is. I think the Patriots are on that list. The New York teams are on there.
Is Gillette Stadium nice? Have you been to where the Patriots play?
I have been.
It's kind of out in the middle of nowhere. Right?
That is for sure. It's hard to get to. And it's interesting where Matt was talking about Fenway. I think the same thing about Dodger Stadium. And so like Patriots games, if you're a fan, I bet you just tailgate for 2-3 hours after, because it's like 2-lane roads getting in and out. I've always thought that about Dodger Stadium. You're Shohei Ohtani, you make $70 million a year, but it doesn't matter. If you can't leave the stadium, what do? There's no way out of there. Traffic is just horrible.
Play video games in the locker room.
Just sit in the locker room for like 3 hours.
Yeah.
Helicopter out of there. I mean, I think I'd consider it.
3 hours would be a long time. Maybe an hour?
You'd probably hang around for an hour.
2 hours?
Eat a little something.
I think an hour, you'd still be sitting in
Probably
traffic.
great for media out there, because they're like, the players kind of have to be here for a while, so we can kind of ease our time into this.
You got nowhere to go, apparently.
Might as well
Got
talk to
time for me? That's the model. It's Journalism 2025. This is the Morning After. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen. We've closed out the 9 o'clock hour, brought to you by Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. And now we're fully in that 10 o'clock hour. Text throughout. Email of the day. That's the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. That's coming your way at the end of this hour. It's TMA on 101 ESPN. Pretty simple. Go to autoloanpro.com if you're in the market for a new car. You want to get that vehicle, but you've had some issues, some hiccups along the way. It happens. They're going to help you get into that vehicle, as well as getting your credit back on track. The two can go hand in hand. You can find out more at autoloanpro.com. On that website, scroll down. You'll see the free playbook. They know that anyone can sell you a car, but it takes a pro to do it right. It's a large purchase that can get complicated. They're going to help you no matter what hiccups you've had. Auto Loan Pro is going to get you back on track. They work with over 50 different lenders. That means they'll get the best rate possible. They're doing that with little to no money down. One thing to know when financing a car, choose the pro, the Auto Loan Pro. Website, autoloanpro.com. Robert Thomas does those commercials for him. He's on the website as well. He'll be back soon enough. Friend of the show. I guess I shouldn't say that. I assume he will. Friend of the show who almost called in at the end of the season. How about that? Almost. Autoloanpro.com is part of the Lita family.
Sing it, Doug.
Boy, that's such a good line.
And this is before AI, right? So this
this is a very real person.
I'm saying,
Good production too.
The talent level of creating that, the writing, it's as before AI just spits it out.
This is the best of the Goofy fan songs we play. This is by far the best produced song and like sounding. Now the lyrics leave a lot to the imagination.
Oh, I don't know.
I disagree.
Iconic lyrics, no doubt.
Catchy.
Extremely catchy.
Weaving in and out all the names you know and love.
Good bass song too, like
2013-ish.
Royals by Lord is.
Well, that was
amazing.
later, like 14, 15. So when was
13
this?
sounds right.
Yeah, I think that Lord song was a little later. But when did that song, this goofy Cardinal song, become available?
Probably it sounds like 13 based on the players. Maybe 2012. Pete Cos was mentioned, so
the big hit in 2012.
Franchise.
Yeah.
First round draft pick.
Peak Cardinals fan arrogance. Cardinals haven't been the same since this song.
That's a good question right there. It's like you look back from 2025 to like 2013, Cardinal fans probably walking around a lot with their chin held a lot higher, I would say. In 2013.
Oh, gosh, yeah. A lot has changed in 10, 12 years in the city.
All caps. Stupid.
Hey, stop it.
That's from the Gray Summit Gray Goose Guzzler.
That's just like your opinion, man. 2013 is when that song came out.
Okay.
On the album Pure
And then
Heroin.
the Royals used it, I think, in 14-15, maybe when
Did
they were in the World Series, I want to say.
That makes sense.
It's a song you could sing even if your garage door were to break.
Oh, wow, look at that.
Perfect.
Your garage door breaks, you start singing that song, and then you call Schaefer Door. It's 636-782-3608. Any kind of problem you might have with your garage door, the largest working part in your home, it's got to work right. You got to get that car in. You got to get that car out. Ah, yes, car. So Schaefer Door Company is the one you need to have on your contact list, or maybe write that phone number right there by that button that you hit for the garage door. So when something goes wrong, and you know it will, inevitably they all go bad. The number again, 636-782-3608. They service all kinds of garage doors for new service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and versatile, and they have that Monday morning standby service for doors that break over the weekend. They service commercial doors as well. If you run a business or have a warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer's experience in those types of jobs. The business has many family members that have worked there for years. They're big enough to get any kind of job done, small enough that when you call, you speak with an actual person on the phone, and their service techs are not commission-based. The website, SchaeferDoor.com. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
The DeWallets should buy the Savannah Bananas. Then when the Cardinals are on the road, the Bananas would play at Busch. They could subsidize the Cardinals for all those ticket sales, and people would actually get entertained. Think about that from the 618.
Well, I don't know how many times you'd sell out the Savannah Bananas. They play here twice a year, maybe.
The novelty of it, I think, is the fact they were here for 2 days, I think, was a main contributor. If they were here 81 days.
Boy, it was a howling success, though. Those tickets were not cheap either.
Really?
And everywhere they go.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Think we'll ever see a Savannah Banana that somehow
makes the big leagues?
Yeah.
No.
His cartwheeling abilities.
But Will Chamberlain famously played for the Globetrotters before playing in the NBA, right?
I think Bob Gibson had a cup of coffee with the Globetrotters,
Really?
too. But that's when they were really young.
Yeah.
These guys have kind of had their career played out, and now they're
Bananas.
still hanging in there.
I assume it's guys who were in the minor leagues for a couple of years and
I think that's who it is.
realize that the dream is not going to probably happen, but you can still make money and have fun.
Stop living in the past. That's from Jesse Spano's dealer.
This is St. Louis. We love living in the past.
Why are you still ignoring the YouTube chat? That's from Big Tuft.
Let's ignore it just because they think we're ignoring it.
Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. The tickets were cheap if you won the lottery to buy them. And I don't know if that's about the Bananas, because, again, the Michelob YouTube.
It sometimes lacks context.
Yeah, and cheap is
Ultra.
relative.
But that's like the Masters. Like when like Augusta sells you a ticket, it's not crazy expensive. It's the secondary market.
Yeah,
that gets you. But you got to win the lottery to get it.
Sure.
I'm still sideways with Jackson about leaving the movie Troy out of his top 5 Brad Pitt movies 2 months ago. That's from Illini Lance.
It wouldn't make my top 20 Brad Pitt movies. Troy? No. I don't think it would make Brad Pitt's top 20.
What was your top movie? Is Inglourious Bastards in the conversation?
It's 1 or 2. It's probably, I really like Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Both of his Tarantino movies are awesome.
Burn After Reading?
Way up there. Way up there.
Great movie.
You're not high on Fight Club, are you?
I like Fight Club a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's your least favorite Brad Pitt movie? What's at the bottom of the list?
Oceans, any of those?
No, I love all of those.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yeah.
This has become an episode of Movie Boy.
Oh, Curious Case of Benjamin Button. I detest that movie.
Why?
That's where the person...
Two of my favorite people making movies, Brad Pitt and David Fincher, just wasted 2 years on that.
Did he go backwards, or he
was
stayed the same age?
aging backwards. So he was an old man and a baby, and then the young man is an old man.
Sounds stupid.
It was just not for me.
Well, don't get mad about it.
I'm not.
You seem
It's just not for me.
bothered
It's
by
not
it.
for me.
Do you take questions on Movie Boy?
Yeah, mailbag.
And if so, how do people, like if right now people listening know that you're a cinephile, that's a cinephile. If they wanted to reach you with a question for the mailbag, how do they do that?
One of 2 ways. Gmail, movieboyjack@gmail.com. And then, just go out to the movie theater. You might see me. Saw a listener. I went to go.
Really? So now the best way to get a hold of you is just to run into you at the theater?
Saw a listener. Went to a show on Monday, and sitting right behind me was a lovely listener. And I got up to leave the movie with my friends, and he said, Jackson, good or bad? And I gave him the thumbs up for good. Talked a little bit with him after.
Really?
Him and his fiance are getting married in November, and they're big-time listeners of the program. Shout out to Tyler.
So Matt Holliday
Say
gets...
shout out to Tyler, Doug. Say shout out to you on your
hello,
wedding.
Tyler. Happy wedding in November.
Yeah,
And
congratulations.
Congrats.
So Matt Holliday gets recognized at Camden Yards. You get recognized at the movie theater.
Does it get expensive having to go to a movie 3-4 times a week?
I have like a AMC kind of pass thing where you pay a certain amount of money every month.
Oh, you're privileged from Ladue.
I pay for it. Like you get to see 3 or 4 movies a week.
But doesn't it come with the house when you move into Ladue?
It just passes everywhere.
It's on the refrigerator door or something.
Yeah. I'm clipping a lot of coupons.
Are you?
Yeah.
What's the last thing you saw in theaters, Doug? Did you ever go see F1?
No, I tried a few times and it was sold out.
F1 hits streaming, I think, either this week or next.
Yeah.
On Apple.
I can't think of the last thing. It
I didn't
hadn't
mean to
been
put
that
you on
long
the
ago. I
spot.
just forgot what the movie was.
Wasn't Grown Ups
Obviously,
2.
Jay
It's been within the last 6 months.
Oh, yeah.
I like that Frontenac. It's gone now, right?
Gone.
Thought it was popular. It seemed like people
Told you,
were...
I think Alamo Drafthouse put it out of business.
Really?
That would be my working theory.
But
I have no
Alamo
knowledge.
Drafthouse, is their clientele younger?
Yes.
Frontenac's was older.
Right, but I think that Frontenac was because they showed a certain type of movie there, and that was pretty much the only place, not the only place,
Not
but one
artsy, but just
one of
kind
the
of
few places that
independent
had like
films.
multiple theaters showing kind of more independent movies, and then Alamo came around showing independent movies, and they had the recliner seats and the bar and the food. It just was.
But the old folks that went to Frontenac, like me, do they now go to the Alamo?
I'm sure if they want to see a certain type of movie, yeah, or they go to a AMC or a Marcus Theater.
Do you get your own chair at the Alamo? Because there was the theater over by St. Louis U. What was that one? There was where they had couches.
Oh,
but people could sit next to you on the couch.
yeah, you don't want
Ragtag.
What was it?
They had a Ragtag in Columbia that had exactly that.
No, it was over there.
High Point?
Maybe off Lindell. No, it was the same concept, like real comfortable.
There used to be a Cinerama there years ago. Remember that on Lindell?
I don't remember.
Big, huge screen.
But my wife and I swear we went to see a show and we sat down on the couch and then some people sat next to us. I'm like, oh, this is, what was that called?
Was it a swinger situation?
No. It was a movie theater. Just tuned in. Where's Tim? From Mississippi Mud Shark.
Moolah Theater?
Yeah, Moolah, I think.
Yeah.
The Moolah Shrine.
Also had a bowling alley in there, didn't it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I believe you are correct.
That was a cool place. It's
Absolutely.
still there, isn't it?
I believe so, yeah. It says temporarily closed on Google.
Well, I
I don't know.
Moolah. Here we go. There we go. Moolah Theater. Thank you, everybody. I'm pretty sure.
And it was like the bowling with the smaller ball, you know? It was like the small.
Oh, it was?
Yeah, that's what I remember.
And it's temporarily closed? That's kind of half of downtown St. Louis now. Sorry, temporarily closed.
There's just a big sign at every exit.
Like when you get into the city and it says population 300,000, then under it says temporarily closed.
Just hang a sign from the arch.
gone fishing.
Somebody earlier said, why does Doug hate downtown? I don't think you hate that. You worked there many years.
I'm just depressed by what it's become. It used to be such a lively, fun place, full of energy, full of people. Now, not so much. Last time I was there, it felt like I was visiting an old grandfather who had been very successful and fun in his day, and now there he was in hospice. That's what it kind of felt like.
Wow. It's really bleak.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's just sad and depressing to see what it's become.
Feels like it could be a clearing the deck. What fixes it?
Mm-hmm.
Cannot imagine taking movie recommendations from a 20-something Libby NBA fanboy. That's from Loudon Swain Snifter Vaughn Division.
Don't worry, you don't have to.
Don't have to. But if you want to contact Jackson, you can either run into him at the theater.
Yeah, or movieboyjack@gmail.com.
Okay,
movieboyjack@gmail.com. And I'm, again, not a critic. I just love movies and like talking about them.
Have you read the book Fight Club? Somebody texting in.
No.
Okay. So there's quite a few unusual, interesting reads there from Chuck Paluniak.
Okay.
Guys, my banana seats were $40, but they were in the 400 section. Still great views. The owner came up to chat and start some cheers. I'd rather give my money to them than to supplement Dimwit from the 636.
You expect the DeWitts to walk around every section and talk to people?
Actually, Bill the Third told me he does just to see like what the vantage point is. You should, if you're an owner or
agreed.
Team president.
If I was an owner, I'd be living at the stadium.
I would just always say, well, what's the view here? Or what's that line's really, why is that line so long?
Doug, you've had this take, but could there be anything cooler than owning a sports team, like a pro sports team?
No,
like I'd be there, I'd be Mark Cuban times 7. You know,
high-fiving fans.
Oh, yeah.
I would just walk up like to the nacho bar, like, all right, the next 40 people free.
Just have some
engagement.
Fun.
Yeah.
Right. Mm-hmm. That'd be a great business model, by the way, just giving away nachos. And then number 41 in the line's coming over and not happy with you.
Yeah, and then
root for the Cubs.
And you'd have 20,000 people complaining, where was my free nacho? I was at the wrong place. Why did he get them and I didn't? Yeah. You can't win.
Yeah, I agree with you.
No, that's true. Curious Case of Benjamin Buttons is the only movie where I've ever cut off my alcohol. Does that mean it was a really bad movie, I guess?
It wasn't for me.
You've never seen Grown Ups 2 if you think that was bad.
Hey, the Grown Ups 3 is in the works.
Different.
Isn't it, I believe?
Yeah.
Fury was the best.
I love Fury. It's a great cast.
Benjamin?
Brad Pitt, Shia LaBeouf, Michael Pena,
That's
and John
in the tank,
Bernthal.
right?
Yeah.
I have seen that.
That's a cool movie.
Meet Joe Black. Horrible.
Yeah,
where is that on? That's not even on the list.
I haven't seen like that or like the Mexican. I haven't seen some.
Fanboy getting a lot of questions. Now, where does Moneyball fall in?
Way up there.
Top 10, Brad Pitt?
Top 5.
Top 5.
I love Moneyball.
What about 7?
It's super up there, but probably in the top 10.
Doug, this Mount Rushmore may have 8 heads on it.
The last one was
it would be the Mount
Rushmore.
But if we're talking like top 10, yeah, it's in the top 10.
All right.
For Brad Pitt movies.
Okay. Take your Brad Pitt text.
I really like The Assassination of Jesse James by the coward Robert Ford. It's a really good movie.
That's a really long, that's almost like a text inbox name.
It's a really long name and a long movie, but really good.
Email today is brought to you by Design Air. That comes your way at the end of the program. Thursday edition here of The Morning After. Tim had an event with his son. He was here until about 8:30. People like to know all the legit. Where is he? Where did he go? When did he leave? I'd say around 8:30 or so. We've had Adam Wainwright, Matt Holliday, Ron Kruszewski from Stifel, all stopping. My friends just like to swing on by, say hello. You can do that at the theater when you see Jackson.
It's true.
I just love the idea that if they want to contact you, that's one of the options.
Yeah, just go to a showing.
Finding you at a cinema near you. TMA is brought to you by Brown and Crouppen.
You've heard the name Stifel by now. You know what they do. And we met the CEO, Ron Kruszewski, here just a few moments ago. A wonderful guy. He and his company sponsor everything around town now, including the award-winning dossier on this broadcast. Did you know they're also throwing one of the biggest parties St. Louis seen down market since Well, 2019. It's the Stifel Charity Classic, new title, new energy, and it's all going down September 4th through the 7th at Norwood Hills Country Club, where the golf legends from the PGA Champions Tour will show off their swings, and St. Louis will show up to support some well-deserved charities. Did we mention there's a concert? OAR performing live, the Friday night community concert presented by Car Shield. That's right. Of a Revolution is bringing the good vibes, the sing-alongs, and probably a few thousand people who still know every word to Shattered. Friday tickets are $50, golf and OAR included. These bad boys selling faster than a Friday foursome at Dotem. And kids 16 and under, active military, veterans, and first responders are all in free. That's Stifel. Again, Stifel, charityclassic.com. Also, the winner of today's email of the day gets a couple of all-inclusive tickets, including VIP parking, food, and beverages at the Stifel Charity Classic. Again, that's Stifel, charityclassic.com.
I want to let people know that I hit play on Loverman about 25 seconds ago and just was okay with wherever it was going to come in when we came back from break, and it came back on the exact line I wanted it to, and that was pure accident.
We hear a lot of music on this show, but none better than the Communards.
How did you stumble into the Communards?
Doug can speak to that better.
I don't remember how we stumbled into it. Somebody just played it once, and we all loved it so much, we said, we got to have more Communards.
Well, Jimmy Somerville is a voice of generation.
Yeah. So much so that I'd never heard of him until this show. Is he still making fine music?
I don't know.
Or is he aged out of the system? They have some fabulous
jazzy
tunes.
little piano.
Oh,
here.
fabulous.
Why don't you go to a jazz club this weekend, Doug?
Jimmy Somerville is 5'2".
Oh, really?
5'2".
Scottish.
I never go to jazz clubs.
Why not?
Do you guys go to jazz club?
I'm trying to think of like a... Now, Murray's in Columbia. Ever been to Murray's in Columbia, Doug?
No.
That's a nice jazz club and restaurant. And it's a restaurant.
Okay.
I think it's the most darkly lit restaurant I've ever been to in my life. It is damn near pitch black in there.
Really?
But the food's outstanding, and they play some nice jazz.
Live music?
Oh, yeah.
Well, that
Murray's
doesn't
great.
bother me. If I'm getting food, I'll deal with the live music. But just jazz kind of seems like they're just kind of freestyle and there's nothing to it. They just play whatever come into their mind.
I think some people like
I can't get there.
I think some people like that. Two jazz performances will be the same, because they'll riff and they'll
I
find
know
new
people
rhythm.
love it.
That Herb Alpert and the Tijuana Brass, Doug.
Would that be considered jazz?
No, but I was just thinking of him. I don't know what that would be considered. He's 90 and he was touring.
Jeez,
He's out at Elmsville like a week or two ago.
See, Rod Stewart's going to be here tomorrow night. He's 80.
Is he really?
80. Still giving.
What's your favorite Rod Stewart
live
song?
concerts.
Young Turks, maybe? That was a Mike Shannon segment. He was on the radio, me and Randy Naughton. He's on the phone. Somehow, even with Shannon, we got away from talking about the Cardinals. He was talking about live music, and he said, I'm going to see that guy. Who's the guy that's got all those songs? And we're like, the guy with all the Paul McCartney. He goes, no, and he's getting increasingly mad because we don't know what he's talking about. And he said, he got all the songs, all the hits. And I said, Paul Simon, Paul McCartney. We just went round and round and round. And finally came out he was going to see Rod Stewart. He goes, yeah, Stewart, that guy. And we're like, okay.
I'm supporting Josh. Out of town supporting Josh. Y'all might as well support too.
Joshua, that's who I would think of as the song man.
Oh, with all the hits.
Right,
Clearly.
with all the hits.
Rod Stewart. We'll take your Rod Stewart calls, your texts. Cardinals off today. The Yankees are in town over the weekend. The Cardinal conversation deflated a bit. I mean, in all seriousness, I don't think we were holding rights. They took 2 out of 3 from the Dodgers. They took 2 out of 3 from the Cubs. You're like, it's kind of nice to at least be slightly in it. But I think if they don't win 6, 7, 8 in a row or go 8-2, it's not even a conversation. But the Rockies taking 2 of 3, and in that fashion, not a walk-off, but a 9th inning home run off JoJo Romero. So our Cardinal conversation, Doug, tends to drift back. And somebody pointed out your guests today are reminding me that we used to have good baseball, which is true.
You used to have some of the best players in all of the major leagues.
And historically,
a handful of them, too.
Really.
Not just 1 or 2, but a handful of them. Well, peaks and valleys.
Valleys and peaks.
Valleys and peaks.
And we're in a bit of a valley at the
Clearing the deck. Doug, do you enjoy College Corner, or would you like to have a look around the sporting world?
I think College Corner is
you prefer College Corner?
Well, I think...
And again, you put together the Stifel dossier.
Friend of the show, Gabriel P. DeArmond, quote tweeted from his PowerMizzou.com account, and I would recommend follow that if you're into Mizzou sports at all, and subscribe. The Trey Wallace, who writes for, he is a writer for Outkick and Fox covering college sports, tweeted out a picture of something that Oklahoma is doing to raise more money.
What are they doing?
Post-game media access. Get exclusive post-game media access for you and one guest and see where real-time reactions unfold. Hear OU coaches and players address reporters moments after the final whistle. Watch the story take shape through the questions, the insights, and the atmosphere that set the headlines. Must be 18 or older. One ticket grants access for 2 people.
Do they have to bring their own equipment?
$692. And Gabe quote tweeted it with, do they get to ask questions? Because if they're auctioning off the right to do my job, I want some of the proceeds for them making my job harder.
How much did you say it was?
$692.
Why $692?
It might be an auction situation.
For the right to go in the locker room after the game and hear him talk?
Yeah.
Or the press
media room, yeah. And then Trey Wallace responded to Gabe saying, well, it's actually for 2 people, so it's a bargain. And Gabe said, I'd be both insulted if they got to ask questions and also rooting for them to be able to ask questions. An incredible moral dilemma.
Well, you got to think there's some big OU fans that are just swimming in money.
They'll just
drop that, not even think twice about it.
Drop like $5-10 grand. But in the college world, there isn't really locker room access. It's all like podium. Right. It's rather sterile, I would even point out.
They protect him.
But it would be kind of interesting if you just had like some drunk Sooner fan. Yeah, what was the deal there on 4th down? I don't know. You punted it? Kind of coward are you? Like, wouldn't that be great? I actually am rooting for this to be a thing.
I'd like to see fans go in the Cardinal locker room and start screaming at players. They would love it too, the players, I'm sure.
Well,
they'd get a big kick out of it.
Eventually, the fan who popped off would get their ass kicked is what would happen, probably. I would think in
Let
the
the
NCAA.
fans in. After a bad game, you got to just open that locker room, let the fans in. And here come the Walruses.
They should do a 50-50 raffle type thing where the winner of the raffle gets to go in.
New meaning to release the Hoosier.
And you just lost to the Rockies.
If you
and
can,
there's a fat guy yelling, "Where's Romero?"
If the release the Hoosier winner at the Cardinal game makes it a minute without being caught by the security, they get to ask the first question of Ollie in the postgame.
That's their reward.
I'm not sure the questions would be a whole lot different than what we ask.
So who's big for you?
Yeah.
But the type of fan who's going to buy it is probably a big old fan. So does
Big
that
cowboy
mean,
hat,
but does
boots.
that mean they're going to be more banty because they're a fan, or more of a sycophant? Like, Coach, I know you lost a tough one today, but we're all rooting for you. Go out and get them next week. I would like. Now I want to see this.
Yeah.
By the way, I was down there at Como last Tuesday, and they had player availability, and it was the defensive back. Maybe it was Toriano Pride, but Mizzou has a number of newer wide receivers, right? The question is, with Luther Burden gone, does somebody emerge? And then there's the kid from Chicago whose name I still don't know how to say, Agabogwe, maybe?
Yeah.
So I asked Toriano Pride, I said, okay, you go against these receivers every day. Has anybody stood out? I thought maybe he'd have a good perspective, kind of telling the fans, hell, keep an eye on this kid from Chicago or whatever it is. And I forget what his answer was. I think he said, oh, they all look great, So it was worth a shot, I thought. Gabe tweeted later in the day, once again, a media question about who looks good. Player says they all look good. Rinse, repeat, year after year, or whatever it was. And I thought, no, wait a minute.
He was taking a shot at
I don't think Gabe even realizes that was me. Now, if it's a great answer, then it's a great question. If the answer's bad, question's bad. College football coaching tiers. Marcus Freeman is rising. Brent Venables is teetering, Doug. Did you know that?
No.
And Jackson, this is from The Athletic. College football coaching tiers.
Can you guess where Coach Eli Drinkwitz and Brett Bielema? So there's tier 1 is titled, this is from The Athletic, Chris Vanini wrote this article. Okay. There's multiple time champs is tier 1. Tier 2 is established winners. Tier 3 is high level consistency. Tier 4, rising stars and steady hands. Tier 5, up and down. Tier 6, show me seasons ahead.
My God.
Tier 7, works in progress.
Okay, that's enough.
Orlovsky.
See,
That's enough tiers.
This is the Orlovsky 7.
And then tier 8, hottest seats and freshest faces. Where do you think Eli Drinkwitz?
Freshest faces with the hottest seats?
Bielema and Eli Drinkwitz are in the same tier. Which tier do you think
I've
that
lost
is?
track of the tiers.
It's 3 or 4.
Well, tier 4 is rising stars and steady hands, and tier 3 is high level consistency.
Okay, I'd say high level consistency goes to Bielema.
Okay, so he's in tier 3, you're saying?
And you're saying that they're both in the same category.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Bielema has more of a resume, longer term. So I think he would fit better in the consistency thing because he won at Wisconsin. He did okay at Arkansas, I guess. Man. Now I don't. I'm going to take him out of 3.
So you're saying they're both in 4?
What's 4? I need a
rising
spreadsheet.
stars and steady hands. For example, Shane Beamer is in tier 4.
Okay, but I can't put
What's 5
Bielema in a
now?
rising.
Oh, 5, Doug? Up and down.
There may be a 3.5.
There's no 3.5.
Now, the reason that because I feel like we've had these lists, and Drinkwitz usually on these national lists doesn't rate very well. So that's why I'm hesitant to put them into one of those higher tiers. I'm going to put them both in 5.
5. Okay, well, they're
Based
both
on-
in tier 3. High level
Okay, that's where I
consistency.
started.
So Bielema in 2024 was in tier 4, which is, of course, Doug, what? Rising stars and steady
Okay,
hands.
this is nonsense.
he
It's
can't
one
be a-
guy trying to fill up a website.
Bielema can't be a rising star. He's been around for a long time.
That was 2024. In
But it
2025.
doesn't matter. He was already established at that point.
Who else is in the rising star category?
Oh, good question, Chairman. Shane Beamer, Kenny Dillingham, our friend from Arizona State, Mike Elko at Texas A&M, Pat Narduzzi at Pitt, Matt Rule at Nebraska, Bill O'Brien at Boston College, Barry Odom, formerly Mizzou Tiger, and now at Purdue, and Deion Sanders.
And who's in tier 1?
Multiple-time champs.
How many are left that are
Multiple-time champs. Dabo is one of them.
Multiple champs that are still coached. Not Nick Saban, because
Nope.
he's not coaching. Is Belichick in there because he wanted the?
No, sir.
Kirby Smart didn't make it.
Yes, Kirby Smart is.
Okay.
There's only two coaches in Tier 1, and Dabo and Kirby.
Where do they have
like
Billy Napier?
Billy Napier, you're asking, Chairman? It's another just outstanding question from the chairman.
It's not that great a question.
Stop trying to downplay me, Doug.
Is it the seat, Doug? Is it the chair over there?
I can feel Tim.
Yeah,
is
he
Tim
is
channeling through your body right now?
Billy Napier is in. Tier 5 up and down.
Okay.
And your Kyle Dillingham's got to be up and comer, right?
Kenny Dillingham is in the up and coming.
What about the Lane train?
Lane Kiffin is in the, I believe, the high level. Yeah, he's high level consistency. Same tier as Drinkwitz and Bielma. Doug, you're a fan of the list.
Well,
Mark
I'm a
Stoops is
fan of the previous story, letting the fans in to the locker room after the game by the hundreds and just start ripping people. I think that would be hysterical.
All of it part of College Corner, and yet in the 3 and 4, Doug, it says worst segment ever. Wow.
Tied for first. Mark Stoops is in high-level consistency tier, and I'm not sure he'll be the coach of the Kentucky Wildcats by the end of the season.
What tier is Bill Belichick in?
Does he get unranked?
Rising
I'd like to see him in the Rising Star.
Bill Belichick.
He hasn't coached in college.
You don't.
So he's got to be a rising star.
Unproven.
Trying to find Mr. Belichick.
How many tiers were there? 8?
There's 8 tiers.
They don't need 8 tiers. Dan Orlovsky's quarterback rankings, 7 tiers. You know, pocket presence.
I'm about to have a single tear stream down my face if you guys keep crowdsourcing this information from me. I don't see Belichick listed.
Okay.
Probably because he's yet to coach a game in college.
Vegas says off the table. Jealousy doesn't look good on you, Doug. Let the chairman shine.
Yeah. It's about time somebody said it.
Man, KG's on point right now. Wow, wow, wow. From Dan.
It's
Big
the
and
living
blonde.
chair. It's
Big and blonde.
I sat over there for a while. It was like sitting in the king's throne.
I can't believe you actually sat in it.
Well, I couldn't get the computer on, so I had to come back here.
Chairman Kurtz having himself a day. That's from Illini Lance.
All I did was ask where what coaches were. But thank you.
This conversation is sponsored by ADD.
As most are.
It would actually be sponsored by Adderall, right? Which would be the company.
Yeah.
To treat it.
Martin, are you going to Columbia 2 weeks from today?
I am not. That's the 28th. That's the Central Arkansas vehicle. I believe my colleague, Kevin Ryans, will be down there.
Great guy. Met him at the College Basketball Awards.
I think you said you were at a theater. He came up and asked you a movie question.
I could see that happening.
Yeah. Fan of the cinema.
Yeah. I'm like a little mascot.
Can people talk to you during the movie to get
Absolutely
your take
not.
on the previous scene or something?
Have you had any more trouble with other moviegoers?
No, it's been smooth sailing, honestly.
Has nobody forgotten?
Has nobody forgotten?
That's what it says. Has nobody forgotten the absolute egg Brett Bielema laid at Arkansas? He was roadkill. Same guy now profiting off the weak-ass Big Ten conference. Weak-ass Big Ten conference.
Weak, yeah.
Who has won the last 2? They have won the last 2
He was
national
not great at
titles.
Arkansas.
Yeah, but he wasn't terrible. I mean, 7-6, 8-5, 7-6. Started 3-9 first year, 4-8. So not great.
I mean, his first 3, he had 3 straight winning seasons at Arkansas and featured 7 wins over ranked teams. But I would not say he was.
He should have never left Wisconsin. I mean, I think they're going well at Illinois, but if I'm him looking back, kind of had that thing up. And that's a job you can keep for like 20 years, win 8, 9 every year.
Do you like how his name's spelled with 1 T? Just Brett?
No, because when I type it in, this goes back to professional liar Kevin Demoff. It's one of those that I spell wrong every time.
Yeah.
There's certain names that when I'm taking show notes, I have to look up every single time.
Mason Wynn?
I have his Quinn Matthews.
Yeah.
Because there's a double N versus single
And is
T
he a
kind of
T?
situation. Yeah.
So Quinn is 2
N's,
N's.
1 T.
Maybe this is why Jack Buck always spelled things for me. Matthews, M-A-T-H-E-W-S. Oh, that's how you spell it.
How about
Grodzolonic?
DeBrickashaw Ferguson? Can you spell that? Remember
D
him?
apostrophe
Brick.
DeBrickashaw.
Shaw. Ferguson. Yeah, it's not that hard.
DeBrickashaw.
Remember him?
Yeah, lineman for the Jets, I want to say. Virginia Tech, maybe? What year was that, Doug?
Oh, I don't know the
You don't
years,
know?
Martin. I don't
Chairman to Jack, that's like Stockton to Malone.
I like that.
I don't want to be. I don't want to be. Carl
Okay, never
Malone.
mind. I don't
You don't
want
want to be Carl, you don't want to be the mailman? You know who named him the mailman? Bob Ramsey.
Oh, really? No way.
Yeah, doing basketball at Louisiana
I'm going
Tech.
to fact check that.
That's
know.
awesome.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I've heard that too.
hard
And
pass on
not
being
just
Carl Malone, but
not what?
okay, look it up.
So
Is he now
you're
the
down
third
on
leading
Carl
scorer?
Malone?
You
He's
should
the,
look it up.
Third leading scorer in league history, Malone. He was number 2 for a while.
Yeah, before Braun. Yeah. Yeah.
Sharon's Ladue Pool Boy says Sharon only texts in when Tim's there. She's so fake.
I like that text.
All right. Okay, we got to wrap. We got to clearly, Doug, we probably could have wrapped 10 minutes ago or 2 hours ago, but we got to wrap. We've got the email of the day that's still coming your way. That's presented by Design Air. It's the Morning After, presented by Brown and Crouppen, right here on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Cardinals lose yesterday. Off day today. Back in action as the Bronx Bombers come to St. Louis. Friday game's going to be at 7:15 on the first pitch. Andre Pallante will toe the slab for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Been a fun show. Active, engagement.
Good guess.
Good guess. Great questions.
Especially the questions were probably the highlight of it. What we did was probably the best.
Matt Holliday seemed really concerned about any of us being cut by CYC. It's like, were you guys really cut by CYC?
I was cut freshman year baseball.
Freshman year baseball.
High school.
High school.
That's far from CYC, though.
Right. CYC is the baseball we were talking about at one point, where 15 kids get into bat.
They can't cut you.
15
you wrote a
at
check.
bats.
That would hurt if they wrote the check, gave it to him, and then they cut you.
And I just want to reiterate, get this Little League World Series off my TV.
Oh, no.
Dude, I was watching a little of it last night.
Who'd you think of?
I was at a bar, and it was on the TV, and this kid from Texas was throwing straight heat and dotting it every pitch. He struck out the game before, he had struck out the first 7 batters, and in the first inning of this game, 1, 2, 3. good morning, good afternoon, good night. Just heat.
Everything looks fast when it's like 25
I know.
feet
They were putting up the number. It was like 72, what looks like 93 if you were, because of where the mound is. And he had pinpoint accuracy. These kids had no chance. All of them were late. Doug, what would you do if all these kids were late? Would you put $1 out and say, "Here's your reward"?
Yeah. Try to pull the ball. Hey,
Get that
a
broken
fastball is coming. Get ready for it and pull it once in a while. Here's your reward. And then they're ready to pull the ball.
This kid, when he struck out 7 in a row, it was all fastballs. Like, that's the only pitch. But he's got
once you
pinpoint
find
accuracy.
out the opponents can't get around on the fastball, you don't throw anything else.
Yeah.
Why would you?
Yeah, until they do.
Yeah.
Keep throwing the heat, and he had it. He was upper corners, painting on the dots. It was nuts.
There's such a disparity in the physical size of some of the kids at Little League. That's what the problem is. I remember playing against a guy that age, 6th grade year, where one guy looked like one of the fathers and just absolutely dominated every sport. And then by the time we got to the high school, he's just another guy. But boy, when he was 12 years old, you thought you were looking at Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah. I don't know. This kid was throwing nothing but gas.
This is kind of a media sourcing question, but are there writers covering, I guess, if your team, your Little League team, so there, and my point is, if let's say you're with the Des Moines Gazette, and the team makes it to the Little Girl Series. So now you're going to cover it for the local paper or whatnot, maybe radio or TV. Do you go and interview the 12-year-olds and like, hey, what were you thinking
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
When you hung that pitch and then like, I don't know.
I'm sure it's probably pretty fun if you're like,
Do you have to get permission from the parents? Hi, we were going to talk to your son, the one who just served up the walk-off home. You're not talking to my son. Isn't that a weird dynamic?
Yes.
Like you're interviewing them as if they just lost the.
I mean, it's on
playoff
ESPN,
game.
so it's not like it's pretty.
Hey, Bobby. Rabbits wants you on headset.
That would be tough.
The Sun Launcher gives it an 8.24. Today's show out of 10. 8.24 out of 10. We'll take that, and we'll take your emails right now for email of the day.
All right, here we go, boys.
Here we go.
The prize,
2 tickets,
all inclusive,
and VIP parking to the Stifel Charity
and
Classic.
food and beverages.
Did the handsome Spencer head deliver these directly to you? Because it could be a little awkward.
He'll deliver them to you, the listener who wins.
And it's tickets to the day of your choice.
That's right, Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. Hail Kevin Miller, Nostalgic Tales, Perversion, He is My Shakespeare, More Namby, Less Pamby.
That's it?
These are all haikus.
A lot of these are haikus.
Oh, and
Can you read it again? I'm sorry.
Hail Kevin Miller, Nostalgic Tales, Perversion, He is My Shakespeare. That's from More Namby, Less Pamby.
More Namby, Less Pamby.
KG in for Tim, Boston Gear is hot garbage, Movie Boy is strange, Stud is Matt the Bat, Martin hates the YouTube chat, time for our onboarding, Haiku is so tough, the show without Tim is rough, thank God this is over. That's from Jake in St. Genevieve, a.k.a. Chuck Booty Britches.
Didn't like it. Jake in St. Genevieve.
He also didn't follow the haiku.
No,
form.
not at all.
No, that's why I liked it.
Helvetica Font, no broadcasting salary cap. Tim has so many talents. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of Following Directions from the Dais.
Shooter McGavin.
Could you read it again? I'm sorry. These are going so fast.
Helvetica Font. No broadcasting salary cap. Tim has so many talents. Shooter McGavin, the vice president of Following Directions from the Dais.
Also didn't follow. You have 8 syllables in the second line.
The teacher Kurt is coming out.
Yeah, report card. Hey guys, I submit to you a haiku. Timmy steps away. Backup host fumble and crash. Show falls flat without. Chairman Kurt's sweet face. Cute boy energy shining. Hearts melt everywhere. Jackson's wrinkled shirt. Iron gathering dust somewhere. Crumpled style persists. Doug breaks retirement. Television screens light up bright. Welcome back, old friend. Martin's eyes burning. YouTube chat scrolls endlessly. Pure hatred seething. Think about it. That's from Hamburger and Egg on a Piece of Toast.
Hamburger and egg on a piece of toast.
That sounds good.
Hey, boys. Terrible show today. Anyway, here's my haiku. Doug, you are so hot. Take off your shirt and blast nips. Kiss me on the mouth.
Ray King.
Thanks, Ray King.
Ray
Who
King.
wrote that? Ray King. Not good.
The only reason I know that,
Not good.
he also texted that.
With a blast nips.
What does that even mean?
A haiku for you. Doug, what does that dumper do? TTYL, boo. Yours, the unknown DJ.
Boo.
Strong batch.
Hold on, did you get called
Not
boo,
a strong
Doug?
batch.
It is a strong batch of
Unknown
oddities.
DJ. Okay. You got any good ones in there?
Good morning, beautiful boys. A haiku. Morning came too fast. Jackson's shirt bears sleep imprint. Wrinkles tell the tale. Love always Tanner's skid marks.
I don't know. Tanner Skidmark.
And Doug got to wait for the design there.
You got to be kidding me.
I think that might be the best overall batch start to finish in a long time.
I don't even know who to vote for.
They knew the assignment.
I can only vote for a hamburger and egg on toast. I thought he put the most thought into it.
Okay.
Hamburger and egg on toast.
He's the one who referenced Jackson's shirt and the iron having dust on it.
Mm-hmm.
His was, I would say, the longest.
He did multiple haikus stacked.
It was
on
a
top of
haiku
one
per
another.
person.
Well, I thought what Jake in St. Jen became a little bit of a poem because he rhymed the Chad and the hat because I hate the Chad and then something about a hat. So you voted, Doug, for hamburger and eggs on toast?
Yeah.
I'll vote for Jake in St. Jen. I like the rhyming.
I liked Ray King.
Oh, boy. Oh, Chairman, you've had a huge day.
Don't do it.
Ray King, you're going to the Stifel Charity Classic.
Wow.
You just like it because it was vile.
I thought it brought up a lot of good points.
Only because it was vile.
Okay, Doug, you are so hot. Fact. Take
Can't
off
argue
your
that.
shirt and blast nips.
A call to action.
Makes no sense.
And kiss me
Call
on
to
the
action.
mouth. A second call to action.
Yeah. I'd say effective.
It's an awful email.
Ray King, if you want me to go
Could be
with
the
you on
worst
that second
email
ticket, let me know.
The worst email to ever win.
Wow.
And now he's going to haunt
berth.
Norwood Country Club.
All because of this stupid show. Hey, back tomorrow. We may or may not talk to Joey Vitale. He
will.
Oh,
We will.
really? From
8:15
Paris?
tomorrow.
How
Okay.
weird can it get, Doug, when he's calling in from Paris?
I'm not positive he's
And
in
it's
Paris. I don't
later.
know.
Oh.
I don't know. But he texted me. I
Later
said
in the day,
8:15 tomorrow. He
hammered?
said, yeah. So we have Joey tomorrow at 8:15.
All right. If you missed Adam Wainwright or Matt Holliday, go back and listen on the podcast. And we're back at it tomorrow, 7 a.m., the morning after. Coming up next, it's BK and Ferrario right here on 101 ESPN.